39 books. Yeah, come on. Yo, seek ye out the book of Yah and read. Speak these words to plant your holy seed. Obey his voice, know him and believe. Understand his Yah is none but he. In the beginning, he told us the ending that we wasn't winning because of the sinning. The 400 sentence, you Shiloh's descendants. Either repentance, and this is our Genesis to our Exodus in Leviticus. Learn some respectfulness so we can number our days. The teachers that we was the slaves. And Deuteronomy 28, the most popular. When he anointed Joshua, it's proven that Yah loved us by sending his judges, rejecting the grudges, embracing the truth of the nations of truth. It's shown through Ruth, the woman that David come through. Pete Samuel 1 and 2. Yah's chosen the kings and you 1 2. Recognition Chronicles in the first and the second. And Ezra Kohen, fasted by the river Ahava, stood with Nehemiah in the time of Hadassah, better known as Esther. Job struck with disease and boils that festered. And we giving our alms while singing Hebrew songs. The most wisest words spoken in Proverbs. The Colette, the teacher, Ecclesiastes, the preacher. Fellas wanna reach up, quote the song. The songs belong to Solomon. Understand the way that I'm on. Isaiah, Jeremiah, lamented when Jerusalem fell. Also seen by Ezekiel. Vision vividly given to Daniel. God said to turn to him in prayer. Remember Hosea. If we call on Yah'el, he'll remember as well. Spoken by Yoel. There's no other book as famous. The words get deeper in Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, and Micaiah. There's none like Yah that rides on the whirlwind in Nehemiah. I'm giving you a look like he gave a Habakkuk. Gather yourselves and learn from Zephaniah. Consider your ways, word up to Haggai. Cause this is the last days and men Zechariah. Remember the law of Moshe. And this has been 39 books given to you by SHABBAT. Malachi, seek ye out the book of Yah and read. Speak these words to plant your holy seed. Obey his voice, know him and believe. Understand his Yah is none but he. Seek ye out the book of Yah and read. Speak these words to plant your holy seed. Obey his voice, know him and believe. Understand his Yah is none but he. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Come on. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Come on. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Seek ye out the book of Yah. Come on. Yeah. Let's go.
Sing to Yah, our Creator. Yah is the only Savior. He is my rock and my Redeemer. Yahweh, the mighty Elohim. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. The mighty Elohim. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. The mighty Elohim. 7 times a day, to thy name I pray. For thy name, Yahweh, there is safety and healing. In thy power, Yah, Justice reigns, no more killing. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. Give thanks and praise to the mighty Yah, the mighty Elohim. Give thanks and praise to the King of Kings, the mighty Elohim. Give thanks and praise to the Most High Yah, the mighty Elohim. Give thanks and praise to the only King, the mighty Elohim. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. The mighty Elohim. Oh, now sing to Yah right now. The mighty Elohim. The mighty Elohim. The mighty Elohim. The mighty Elohim. The mighty Elohim.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. First and foremost, giving all praise and honor to the Holy One of Israel, to the Creator of the heaven, the earth, the sea, and all that is there and is, by saying hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. Let Yahweh be magnified. Today, right before we go into the Holy Shabbat, the seventh day, we will begin reading the book of the law, the 5 books of Moses. We will begin with the book of Genesis, which comes from the Hebrew word Bereshit. Not only is Bereshit or Genesis the beginning, but we will highlight 12 different generations, which according to the law, according to the scriptures, are the sons of Adam. Before we get started in the reading, let us pray. Almighty Yah, creator of the universe, Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yisrael. Thy servants humbly come before thee on this great and glorious night, even before the day, even right before this great holy Shabbat day, that thou hast even began to adorn before us. We thank you, Yah, for your continued blessings upon thy servants, bringing us all through the week, protecting us all against all hurt, harm, and danger. Thank you, Almighty Yah, for keeping our mind, our heart, our soul upon thee, that we might bethink ourselves of thy great words, thy mighty curses and blessings, thy covenants, even thy laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments. Truly we pray, Almighty Yah, as we enter into the reading of the law, the book of the law, the 5 books of Moses, that you will be with us, that you will lead, guide us, that you would even bless us, even allowing us to have success in thee. For truly, Almighty Yah, we love you with all our heart, soul, and might. And truly, we need thee for all things. Blessed be thy holy, righteous, and exalted name, Yah, from this time forth and forevermore, by saying hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous, Yah is holy, and let Yahweh be magnified. Once again, I want to praise the Creator as we enter into our reading. Once again, the book of Genesis, Bereshit. Let us read. Chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form, void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim saw the light that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day. The darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And Elohim made the firmament, divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together in one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, herb yielding seed after its kind, the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. And let them be for signs, for seasons, for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Elohim made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and over the night, to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And Elohim created great whales, every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters and the seas. Let the fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth a living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And Elohim made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the water. And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth wherein there is life. I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he had made. He rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before was in the earth, every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth. There was not a man to till the ground, but there went up a mist from the earth, watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden. And from this it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is PRAISEYAH. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and onyx stone. The name of the second river is Gihon, the same as that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden that thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. And Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, every fowl of the air, brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, closed up the flesh instead thereof, and the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife. They shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yah Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, have Elohim said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim have said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto woman, ye shall not surely die. For Elohim do know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked. They sewed fig leaves together, made themselves aprons, and they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this thing, thou art cursed above all cattle, above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go. Thus shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat it all the days of thy life. Thorns also, and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his wife did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skin, and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest we put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man. He placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Chapter 4. And Adam knew Eve his wife. She conceived and bare Cain, and said, I've gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bare his brother, Abel. Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of the flock and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, his countenance fell, and Yahweh said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cried unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which have opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife. She conceived and bare Enoch. And he built a city, called the name of the city at the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Arad. And Arad begot Mahuyael. And Mahuyael begot Methusael. And Methusael begot Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two wives. The name of one was Adah. The name of the other Zillah. Adah bare Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yabal. He was the father of all such as handled the harp and the organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, and the instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again. She bare a son, and called his name Seth. For Elohim said, she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, who Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Chapter 5. This is the book of the generation of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years and begot Enos. And Seth lived after he begot Enos 807 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years and begot Canaan. And Enos lived after he begot Canaan 815 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enos was 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years and begot Mahalaleel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalaleel 840 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan was 910 years, and he died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years and begot Yared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begot Yared 830 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Yared lived 162 years and begot Enoch. And Yared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. And Enoch walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah was 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, and saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because the ground which Yahweh have cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. And there were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare them children to them, the same became the mighty men which were of old, men of renown. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, the creeping thing, the fowls of the air, for repented me that I've made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generation. Noah walked with Elohim, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted his way upon earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms thou shalt make in the ark. Shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of 50 cubits, the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh wherein the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, two of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. Two of every sort shall come into thee, to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him, so did he. Chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah, come down and all thy house into the ark, for thee I have seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, male and female, and of beasts that are not clean by twos, male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according to all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, his wife, his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and everything that creepeth upon the earth. There went in two, and two unto Noah into the ark, male and a female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass, after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, the three wives of his sons with them, into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, all the cattle after their kind, every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, two and two of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut them in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased. Bear up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth, and the waters prevailed, were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went upon the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail. The mountains were covered, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land died, and every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, creeping things, and the fowl of heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark, and the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark, and Elohim made the wind to pass over the earth, and the waters of sage, the fountains also of the deep, and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated, and the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Arad. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. in the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the top of the mountain seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her feet. And she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. And then he put forth his hand and took her, pulled her unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days. And again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, in the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, the 7th and 20th day of the month, was the earth dry. And Elohim spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife, thy sons' wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth. Be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. Noah went forth, his sons, his wife, his son's wife with them, every beast, every creeping thing, every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took every clean beast, every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savior. And Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I've done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. Chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you, and the dread of you, shall be upon every beast of the earth, upon every fowl of the air, upon all that move upon the earth, and upon the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood and your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, multiply therein. And Elohim spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in a cloud, and I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh, and the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant, which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah. Of them was the whole earth overspread, and Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it upon their shoulders, went backward, covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, knew what his younger son had done unto him, and he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, blessed be Yahweh, Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. The son of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Riphath, to Gomer. And the sons of Yavan, Elisha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the eyes of the Gentiles divided in their lanes, every one after his son, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, Sabta, and Ra'amah, Sabtekah. The sons of Ra'amah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, Calneh, in the land of Shinar. And out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city of Rehoboth, and Calah. And reason between Nineveh and Calah, the same as a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludum, and Anayim, and Lahabim, and Naptuhim, and Pashrusim, and Kasluhim, out of whom came Philistine, and Kaftorim. And Canaan begot Sidon his firstborn, and Hel, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hittite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterwards were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou goest to Gerar, unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongue, in their countries, and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hol, and Gether, and Mosh. And Arphaxad begot Salah, and Salah begot Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days were the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begot Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazmavet, and Yerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Jotan, and their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. Let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said, Behold, the people is of one, and they all have one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down. There, confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. From thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 530 years and begot Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Salah 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years and begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begot Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 230 years and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and begot Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, Haran, and Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah. The name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, the father of Iscah. But Sarah was barren. She had no child. And Terah took Abraham's son, Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his sons, Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran, dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Chapter 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, from thy kindred, from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, curse him that curseth thee, and in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh. The Canaanite was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram, and said unto thy seed, will I give this land? And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from this unto a mountain of the east of Bethel, pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, high on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, this is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was coming to Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house, and he treated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she-asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this that thou hast done unto me? Why hast thou tell me that she was thy wife? Why sayest thou she is my sister? So I might have taken her to me to wife. Now therefore, behold thy wife, take her, go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him. They sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had.
Hallelujah. Genesis chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. And Abram was very rich in the cattle, and silver, and in the gold. And he went on his journeys from the south, even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hay, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, and that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked, and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abram, after that Lot was separate from him, lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elosar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemebar, king of Zeboam, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. In the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims, and Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims, and Ham, and the Emims of Sheva, Kirthaim, and the Horites in the Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazan Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboam, and the king of Belam, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slimy pits, and the king of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all the victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite brother of Eshcol, the brother of Aner. And these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Habah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High Elohim. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abraham of the Most High Elohim, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High Elohim, which hath delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abraham, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abraham said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto Yahweh, the Most High Elohim, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I would not take from a thread even to the shoe latchet and that I will not take anything that is thine. Least thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich, save only that which the young man have eaten, and the portion of the man which went with me, Anir, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portions. Chapter 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceedingly great reward. And Abram said, Sovereign Yahweh, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he shall come forth out of thine own bowels, shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh, that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Sovereign Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, and horror of darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, Yahweh have restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go into my maid, that it may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid unto thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judged between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleases thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by the fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain of the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because Yahweh have heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man, his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren, and And she called the name of Yahweh that spake unto her, Thou, Elohim, seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Ber Lahario. Harry. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son. And Abram called his name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. Chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and I will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abraham fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee, and their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be an Elohim unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee, and to thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And Elohim said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in his generations, he that is born in the house and bought with money, or any stranger which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And Elohim said unto Abraham, As for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and I will give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old, and shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said unto Elohim, O thou Ishmael might live before thee. And Elohim said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time next year. And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the man of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, and Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in his house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Chapter 18. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door of the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed down himself towards the ground, and said, My Yahweh, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray thee, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts, that ye shall pass on. For therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, so do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened unto the tent unto Sarah and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran unto the herd and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before him. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah in the manner of a woman. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my master being also old? And Yahweh said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh? At the time appointed, I will return unto thee according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laugh not, for she was afraid. And he said, nay, but thou didst laugh. And the man rose up from thence and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said, shall I hide from Abraham that which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of Yahweh to do justice and judgment, that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And Yahweh said, because of the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because of their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me. And if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom, but Yahweh stood yet before Abraham. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And Yahweh said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak unto Yahweh, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure, there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for the lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again and said, peradventure, there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. He said unto him, oh, let not Yahweh be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure, there shall be 30 found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto my sovereign. Peradventure, there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, oh, let not Yahweh be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure, 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. Chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold, now, my masters, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him and entered into the house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out to the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, now I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs to be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the man put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great. So they wearied themselves to find the door. And the man said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? Hast thou here any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city? Bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh. And Yahweh hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out, and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-laws. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought thee forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Yahweh. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold, now this city is near to flee unto, and is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one, and my soul shall live? And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also. I will not overthrow this city for that which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of heaven. And he overthrew these cities, and all the plain of all the inhabitants of the cities, that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up, and the smoke as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up to Zoar, and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters with him. For he feared to dwell in Zoar. And he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto his younger, Our father is old. There is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, and we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father to drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with their father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on tomorrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both of the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said unto him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near to her, and he said, Yahweh, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister, and she even herself said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart, in the innocency of my hands, have I done this. And Elohim said unto him, in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thine heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the man was sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought to me and to my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that are not be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou, that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it came to pass when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took a sheep, and oxen, and men servant, and women servant, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee. Dwell where it pleases thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes. Unto all that are with thee, and with all other thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children. For Yahweh had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Chapter 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim have made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who will have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw that the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman. And all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice. For in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat her down over against him in a good way off, as if it were a bow shot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of heaven and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim have heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Pichal, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, Elohim is with thee in all that thou doest. Now, therefore swear unto me here by Elohim that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast journeyed. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water which Abimelech's servant has violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who have done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it. But today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called this place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pichal, the chief captain of his host, and they returned unto the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of Yahweh, the everlasting Elohim. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things that Elohim did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him therefore a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which Elohim had told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young man, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship. and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and the knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto his father and said, My father. He said, Here I am, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Lay not thy hand on the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest Elohim, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by the horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of the heavens the second time and said, By myself have I sworn, saith Yahweh, for because thou hast done this thing and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young man, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she have also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz, his firstborn, and Booz, his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Yitlof, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bare also Tebah and Gaham, and Tahash, and Makkah. Chapter 23. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath-Arba, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spake unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my master, thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he have, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it to me for possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my master, hear me. The field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My master, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of his sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money, with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were all on the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went to the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by Yahweh the Elohim of heaven and the Elohim of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwelt. But thou shalt go into my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, Peradventure, the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou comest? And Abraham said unto him, Beware, that thou bring not my son thither again. Yahweh Elohim of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham's master, and sware to him concerning this matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by the well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Yahweh Elohim of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of the water, and the daughters of man of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down the pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou hast showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my master. And she hasted to let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough and ran again unto the well to draw water and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee. Is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said, moreover unto him, we have both straw and provender enough, and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of my master Abraham, who have not left this destitute, my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, Yahweh led me to the house of my master's brother. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earrings and the bracelets upon his sister's hand, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, come in, thou blessed of Yahweh. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the man's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand. And he said, speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and Yahweh have blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. He hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men servants and maid servants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him have he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go into my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahweh, before whom I walk, will send this angel with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this, my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahweh Elohim of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. It shall come to pass that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink, and she say to me, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels, let the same be the woman whom Yahweh have appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, whose daughter art thou? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshiped Yahweh, and blessed Yahweh Elohim of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now if ye would deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceeded from Yahweh. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her, go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as Yahweh hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard the words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, and he and the man that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, let the damsel abide us a few days, at the least 10. After that, she shall go. And he said unto them, hinder me not, seeing Yahweh have prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, we will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah and said unto her, wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well of Lahari Roy, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, what man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, it is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
Blessed be Yahweh. Chapter 25. Then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, and she bare him Zimran, and Joshan, and Midian, Ishbah, and Shua. And Joshan begot Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Asherim, and Letushim, and Luthim, and the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanak, and Abidah, Eladah. All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac, but unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. And then Abraham breathed his last, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered unto his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zorah the Hittite, which is before Murmuring. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that Elohim blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the land of Lahara. And these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Abidiel, and Ishmael, and Mishpah, and Dumah, and Massa, Hadar, and Tamar, Jetor, Nashfi, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael, and all these are their names by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137, and he breathed his last and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, at those that goes towards Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac, And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan, his sister Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated Yahweh for his wife, because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him. Rebekah entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her, two nations are in thy womb, two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one shall be stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was Jacob. And Jacob was threescore, and Isaac was threescore years old when she bare him. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau, because he had eaten of his venison, but Rebekah loves Jacob. And Jacob saw pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. What profit shall thou birthright be due to me? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. And Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage, lentage of lentils. And he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. And there was a famine in the land, or verse 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in the land, and I will be with thee, and I will bless thee, for unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all the countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father, and I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, she is my sister. For he feared to say, she is my wife, said he. And the men of the place shall kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at the window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidest thou, she is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, because I said, lest I die for her. And Abimelech, what is this that thou hast done unto us? And Abimelech said, what is this that thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lying with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he that touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sold in the land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great, for he had possession of flocks, possession of herds, and great store of servants. And the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servant had dig in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac did again the wells of water which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names of which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Eskeet, because they strove with him. And they digged another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of that Sitnah. And he removed from this and digged another well, for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, For now Yahweh has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went from thence to Beersheba, and Yahweh appeared unto him the same night and said, I am the Elohim of Abraham, thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and I will bless thee and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there and called upon the name of Yahweh and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac digged a well, and Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Azuzaleth, one of his friends, and Pitchcall, the captain of his armies. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore thou come yet ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We are certainly that Yahweh was with thee. And he said, Let there now be an oath between us, even between us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou wilt do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of Yahweh. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink, and they rose up betimes in the morning, and swear one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass in that same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the wells which they have dug, and said unto them, We have found water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city was Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judah, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Bashemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and were a grief of mine unto Isaac and to Rebekah. Chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son and said unto him, My son. He said unto him, Behold, here am I. And he said, Behold now, I am old, and I know that the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take some venison, and make me savory meats, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that now my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard it, and Rebekah heard when Isaac spake unto Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before Yahweh before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to thy flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death. And Jacob said unto Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am smooth. My father peradventure will feel me, and shall seem to me to be a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly remnant of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob, and came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according to as thou beddest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit up and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Esau said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because Yahweh thy Elohim brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my son, my very son Esau, or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, Thy voice is Jacob's voice, but thy hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother's Esau hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as smell of the field which Yahweh hath blessed. Therefore Elohim give thee of the dew of the heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow to thee. Be ruler over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curses thee, and blessed be he that blesses thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, Jacob was yet scarce gone out of the presence of Isaac his father. And Esau his brother came in from his hunting, and he also had made a savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac troubled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that have taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before thou comest, and have blessed him. Yea, he shall be blessed. And Esau heard the words of his father, and cried a great and exceedingly bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, my father. And he said, Thy brother came subtilely, and have taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He hath taken away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, How's thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy ruler, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be fatness of the earth, and of the dew of the heavens from above. And by the sword shalt thou live, and thou shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, my brother, thy brother Esau has touched thee, doeth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, arise, flee unto Laban, my brother in Haran, and tarry with him a few days until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence, which shall I be deprived also of you both in one day. And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what shall my life do me? Chapter 28. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padanaram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. And El Shaddai bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, and thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessings of Abraham to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padanaram unto Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. And Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padanaram to take a wife from thence, that has he blessed him, as gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father, his mother, and was going to Padanaram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Jacob, and took unto the wives he had Mahalath, and the daughters of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his wife. And Jacob went from Beersheba and went towards Haran, and he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night because of the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place and put them for pillows and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh Elohim, I am Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, thy father, and the Elohim of Isaac. And the land where thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and I will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this place. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken of thee. And Jacob awakened out of his sleep, and he said, surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is no other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stones that he had put forth his pillows and set it up for a pillar and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the city was Luz at first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with thee and will keep me in the way that I go, I will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. Then shall Yahweh be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. Chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east, and said, and he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of the well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth, and there were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stones again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, my brother, where be the ye? And they said, Haran are we. And he said unto them, know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, we know him. And he said unto them, is he well? And they said, he is well. And behold, Rachel, his daughter, cometh with sheep. And he said, lo, is that yet high day? Neither is it the time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep and go feed them. And they said, we cannot until all the flocks be gathered together, until they rolled the stone from the well's mouth. Then we shall water the sheep. And while ye yet speak with them, Rachel came with the father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him into his house. And he said unto Laban these things. And Laban said to him, surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the youngest was Rachel. And Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter. And Laban said, it is better that I give her to you than that shall give her another man, abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for he had loved her. And Jacob said unto Laban, give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah, his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said unto Laban, what is it that thou hast done unto me? Did I not serve thee for Rachel? Therefore, then hast thou beguiled me. And Laban said, it must not be so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which thou hast served me with me, yet 7 another years. And Jacob did so and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 another years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, surely Yahweh hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, because Yahweh hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, now will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore his name was Levi. And she conceived again and bare a son, and she said, now will I praise Yahweh. Therefore she called his name Judah, and left barren.
Hallelujah. Praise Almighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. And let Yahweh be magnified. Genesis chapter 30. It reads, and when Rachel saw that she had bare Yaakov no children, Rachel envied her sister and said unto Yaakov, give me children, or else I die. And Yaakov's anger was kindled against Rachel. And he said, am I an Elohim steed? Who hath withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? And she said, behold, my maid, Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to wife. And Yaakov went in unto her, and Bilhah conceived, and bare Yaakov a son. And Rachel said, Elohim have judged me, and have also heard my voice, and have given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bare Yaakov a second son. And Rachel said, with great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Yaakov to wife. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Yaakov a son. And Leah said, a troop cometh. And she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Yaakov a second son. And Leah said, happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes. And she said unto her, it is a small matter that thou hast taken my husband. And wilt thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, thou must come in unto me, for surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lied with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bare Jacob the 5th son. And Leah said, Elohim have given me my hire, because I have given my maid into my husband. And she called his name Yishakar. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the 6th son. And Leah said, Elohim have endowed me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bare a son, and said, Elohim have taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, Yahweh shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, send me away, that I may go unto my own place, and to my own country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done thee. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahweh hath blessed me for thy sake. And he said, appoint me thy wages, and I will give it. And he said unto him, thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. For it was a little which thou had before I came, and is now increased into a multitude. And Yahweh hath blessed thee since my coming. And now when shall I provide for my own household also? And he said, what shall I give thee? And Jacob said, thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep thy flock. I will pass through all thy flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle amongst the sheep, and the spotted and speckled amongst the goats. And of such be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come. And when it shall come for my hire before thy face, everyone that is not speckled and spotted amongst the goats, and brown amongst the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. And Laban said, behold, I would it might be according to thy word. And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring straight and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and everyone that had some white in it, and all the brown amongst the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob. And Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of hazel, and chestnut tree, and peeled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring straight, speckled and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks towards the ring straight, and all the brown in the flocks of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive amongst the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and he had much cattle, and maid service, and men service, and camels, and asses. Chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob have taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's have he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not towards him as before. And Yahweh said unto Jacob, return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not towards me as before, but the Elohim of my fathers have been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father have deceived me and changed my wages 10 times. But Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. And he said thus, the speckled shall be thy wages, that all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, the ring straight shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring straight. Thus Elohim have taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring straight, speckled, and gristled. And the angel of Elohim spake unto me in a dream, saying, Yaakov. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see, all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring straight, speckled and gristled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto thee. And I am El of Bethel, where thou anointed the pillar, and where thou vowed the vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this kindred, and return unto the land of thy kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he have sold us, and have quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which Elohim have taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim have said unto thee, do. Then Yaakov rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padanaram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river and set his face towards the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Yaakov was fled. And he took his brethren with him and pursued after him 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Syrian, and they dreamed by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Yaakov either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Yaakov, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Wherefore did thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, and with tabrets, and with harp, and hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters, that thou hast now done foolishly in so doing? Is it in the power of my hand to do you hurt? But the Elohim of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Yaakov either good nor bad. And now, though thou would needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my Elohims? And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid, for I said, Peradventure, thou wilt take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou findest thy deities, let him not live, before our brethren discern that what is in thine with me, and take it to thee. For Yaakov knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my master, that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the images. And Yaakov was wroth, and chode with Laban. And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin that thou so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Thy ewe lambs and thy she goats have not ceased, have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flocks have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand did thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was. In the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohim of my father, the Elohim of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely thou hast sent me away now empty. Elohim have seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Yaakov, these daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these, my daughters, or unto their children, which they have borne? Now therefore, come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Yaakov took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Yaakov said unto his brethren, gather stones. And they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Hagar Shu Dutha, but Yaakov called it Galid. And Laban said, this heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galid. And Mitzpah, for he said, Yahweh watch between me and thee, when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, Elohim is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Yaakov, behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Nahor, the Elohim of their father, judge betwixt us. And Yaakov sware by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Yaakov offered sacrifices upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning, Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed and returned unto his place. Chapter 32. And Yaakov went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Yaakov saw them, he said, this is Elohim's host. And he called the name of that place Mahanaim. And Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, thus shall you speak unto my master Esau. Thy servant Yaakov said thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks, and men servants and women servants. And I am sent to tell my master that I may find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, we came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and the herds and the camels into 2 bands, and said, if Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Yaakov said, O Elohim of my father Abraham, and Elohim of my father Isaac, Yahweh, which said unto me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercies, and of all thy truth, which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hands of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and the mother with the children. And thou sayest, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the seed of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she goats, and 20 he goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milks camels with their coats, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, when Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, whose art thou? And whither goest thou? And who are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, they be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my master Esau. And behold, also he is behind us. And so he commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the droves, saying, on this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when you find him. And say ye moreover, behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me. And afterwards, I will tell you, I will see his face. Peradventure, he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the fort Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, let me go, for the day breaks. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Yisrael. For as a prince hast thou power with Elohim and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him and said, tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. And he passed over Peniel. The sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, at behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, who are those with thee? And he said, the children which Elohim have graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, what meanest thou by all this drove which I meet? And he said, these are to find grace in the sight of my master. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I have seen the face of Elohim, and thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessings that is brought to thee, because Elohim have dealt graciously with me, because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took him, and he said, let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, my master, knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, and all the flock will die. Let my master, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my master, unto Seir. And Esau said, let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, what needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my master. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built him a house and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he spread his tent, and his hand and the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar and called it Eliah Yisrael. Chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father, Hamor, saying, get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel in lying with Jacob's daughter, which they ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to wife, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father, and unto her brethren, let me find grace in your eyes, and what shall ye say unto me that I will give? Ask me never so much a dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor, his father, deceitfully, and said, because he hath defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughter unto you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughters, and we will be gone. And their words pleased Hamor, and Shechem's Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem, his son, came unto the gate of their city, and communed with them, the men of their city, saying, these men are peaceable with us. Therefore, let them dwell in the land and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only therein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male amongst us be circumcised, as they are circumcised, shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent with them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem, his son, hearken all that went out of the gate of his city. And every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that the two sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took every man his sword and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and all their wives which they took captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Yaakov said to Simeon and Levi, you have troubled me to make me to stink amongst the inhabitants of the land, amongst the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, should he deal with our sister as with a harlot? Chapter 35. And Elohim said unto Yaakov, arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto El, that appear unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Then Yaakov said unto his household, and to all that were with him, put away the strange deities that are amongst you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto El, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Yaakov all the strange deities which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Yaakov hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Yaakov. So Yaakov came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there Elohim appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bukoth. And Elohim appeared unto Yaakov again when he came to Padanaram, and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him, thy name is Yaakov. Thy name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yisrael shall be thy name. And he called his name Yisrael. And Elohim said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac to thee will I give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Yaakov set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Yaakov called the name of that place where Elohim spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel. And there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she conceived in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni. But his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Yaakov set a pillar upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Israel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Yaakov were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Yehuda, and Yishachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Yosef, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the son of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Yaakov, which were born to him in Padanaram. And Yaakov came unto Isaac his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is in Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac breathed his last, and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried them. Chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives of the daughter of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, the Hivite, and of Bashemoth, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. And Adah bare to Esau Elisaph, and Bashemoth bare Reuel, and Aholibamah bare Yeush, Yalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters and all the persons of his house and his cattle and all his beasts and all his substance which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the fathers of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Elisaph, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Bashemoth, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Elisaph were Timon, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Elisaph, Esau's son, and she bare to Elisaph Abimelech. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bethshemoth, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anaph, the daughters of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare Esau Yeush, and Yalam, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Elisaph, the firstborn, son of Esau, Duke Timon, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, Duke Abimelech. These are the dukes that came of Elisaph, the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shema, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came to Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bethshemoth, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife, Duke Yeush, Duke Yalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came to Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shabal, and Zibeon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Ezer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Horah and Hamam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alvan, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibeon by Ayah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishan, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishan: Hetman, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Keran. The children of Ezer are these: Bilhan, and Zophon, and Akan. The children of Dishan are these: Uz, and Aharon. These are the dukes that came of the Horites: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Horah, amongst their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before their reign, any king over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. Bela died, and Yobab, the son of Zerah of Basra, reigned in his stead. And Yobab died, and Husham of the land of Timoni reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Aviv. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead, and Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead, and Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Avilah, Duke Yaheth, Duke Aholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Timon, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the land was with the sons Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it of his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made ambiance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream. Behold, told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee, to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said unto him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren and well with thy flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beasts have devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat, and his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty, and there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, And behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balms of myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Yehudah said unto his brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by the Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brethren, and said, this child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed the kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their fathers, and said, this have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, it is my son's coat. And evil beasts have devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Yaakov rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. He said, for I will go down into the grave until my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer and officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guards. Chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren, and he turned in to a certain Adulamite, whose name was Gerar. And Yehudah saw there was a daughter of certain Canaanites, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her, and she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And she was at Shezib when she bare him. And Yehudah took a wife from his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehudah said unto Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehudah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, lest peradventure he die also. And his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughters of Shua, Yehudah's wife, died. And Yehudah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Harah the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, behold, thy father-in-law goes up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with the veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which is by the way of Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. And when Yehudah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, and because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, go, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, what wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, what pledge shall I give thee? And she said, thy signet, and thy bracelet, and thy staff that is in thy hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose, and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehudah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of that place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Yehudah said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that it was told Yehudah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, have played the harlot. And also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Yehudah said, bring her forth, and let her be burnt. And when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, am I with child? And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these? Whose are these? The signets, the bracelets, and staff. And Yehudah acknowledged them and said, she have been more righteous than I, because I have given her not to Shelah, my son. And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass at the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took the bound upon his hand, a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first. And it came to pass as he drew back his hand that, behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterwards came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Gerar. Chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guards, an Egyptian, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and was a prosperous man. And he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house. And all that he had, he put into his house. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that Yahweh blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hands. And he knew not aught he had save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said, lie with me. But he refused and said unto his master's wife, behold, my master won't not what it is with me in the house, and he have committed all that he have to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither have he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she came to him, and she caught him by the garment, saying, lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house, and spake unto them, saying, see, he have brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me. And I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled and got him out. And she said, laid up his garment by her until his master came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, the Hebrew servant, which thou hast brought unto us, came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, after this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him in the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in the prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph and showed him mercy and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him, and that which he did, Yahweh made it to prosper. Hallelujah.
Blessed be Yahweh. Chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt, his baker, had offended their master and the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against the two of his officers, against the chief of the butler and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them inward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. And they continued a season inward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker, the king of the Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him inward in his master's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto him, Do not the interpretations belong unto Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine there were branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossom shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup unto Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto them, This is the interpretation of it. The three branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head and restore thee unto thy place. And thou shalt deliver Pharaoh a cup into his hand, after the former manner when thou wast his butler. But think of me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of his house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me in the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost baskets there was all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh. And the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up the head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree. And the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. And it came to pass in the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he had made a feast unto all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and the chief baker upon his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again. And he gave the cup unto Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, and Joseph had as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did he not, the chief butler, remember Joseph, but forgot him. Chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat flesh, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean flesh, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean flesh kin did eat up the 7 well-favored fat kin. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept, and dreamed a second time. And behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon the stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them this dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with me, was wroth with his servants, and put me inward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us the dream of each man. according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass that he interpreted to us, so it was. Me, he restored him to mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself and changed his raiment and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, it is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, in my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in the meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I have never saw in the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kind did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, I could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as in the beginning. So I awoke, and I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears come up on the stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kind are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kin that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What Elohim is about to do, he showeth unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine. And all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it should be very grievous. And for that the dream was double unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will surely bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store in the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not during the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, can we find such as one? This is a man whom the spirit of Elohim is. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, for as much as Elohim have showed thee all this, all there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, see, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from off his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures and fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried before him, bowed a knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zelpathane, and he gave him a wife, Asnath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenty of years of the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt. He laid up the food in the cities, the food of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asnath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of bare unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For Elohim said, he hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second called he Ephraim. For Elohim hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteous that was in the land of Egypt were ended. And the 7 years of death began to come, according to Joseph, as Joseph has said. And the dearth was in all the lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, go unto Joseph what he saith to you, do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all the countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because the famine was sore in all the lands. Chapter 42. Now when Yaakov saw that there was corn in Egypt, Yaakov said unto his sons, why do ye look one upon another? And he said, behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get ye down thither and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov sent not with his brethren, for he said, least peradventure mischief befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And it was sold to all the people in the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange to them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, whence come ye? And they said, from the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew him not. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them, ye are spies, to see the nakedness of the land, ye are come. And they said unto him, nay, my master, but to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's son. We are true men. The servants are no spies. And he said unto them, nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest this day is with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, that is it that I spake unto you, saying, ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother, and ye shall be kept in the prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies. And he put them all together in 3 days. And Joseph said unto them, the third day, this do and live, for I fear Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of you brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses. But bring your youngest brother unto me, so shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another, we are verily guilty concerning our brother, and that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore, in this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, spake I not unto you, saying, do not sin against the child, and you would not hear. Therefore, behold, all his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. For thus did he unto them. And they ladded their asses with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in an inn, he espied his money, for behold, it was in the sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, my money is restored. And lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them. And they were afraid, saying one to another, what is that Elohim have done unto us? And they came unto Yaakov their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell them unto them, saying, the man who is the master of the land spake roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father, one is not. And the youngest in this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man of the master's country said unto us, hereby shall I know that ye are true men, leave one of you brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So I will deliver you your brother, and ye shall traffic it in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov their father said unto them, me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye shall take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, slay my 2 sons, if I bring them not to thee. deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again. And he said, my son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land, and it came to pass when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, go again, buy us little food. And Yehudah spake unto him, saying, the man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send me, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Israel said, wherefore deal ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? And they said, the man asked us straitly of our state and of our kindred, saying, is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Would we certainly know that he would say, bring your brother down? And Yehudah said unto Israel his father, send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shalt thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered surely, now we had returned this second time. And their father Israel said unto them, if it must be, so now do this. Take of the best fruit in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, and take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand, peradventure it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give ye mercy before the man, that he may send away you, your other brother, and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the man took the present and took double money in their hand and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home and slay and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us and fall upon us and take us for bondmen and our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house and said, O sir, we came indeed down the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, we came to the end that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack. Our money is full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And our money have been brought down in the hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, peace be with you. Fear not. Your Elohim and the Elohim of your father have given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out unto them. And the man brought to the man Joseph's house and gave them water. And they washed their feet and gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon. And they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare and said, is your father well? The old man of whom ye speak, is he yet alive? And they answered, thy servant, our father, is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me? And he said, Elohim be gracious unto thee, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said, set on the bread. And they set for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. And they sat before him the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth, and the men marveled at one another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him, but Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs, and they drank and were merry with him. Chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the man's sack with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth for the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were going out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, up, follow after the man, and when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, wherefore ye have rewarded evil for good. Is not this in which my master drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth? Yet have ye done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, wherefore saith my master these words? For far be it from thy servants that thy servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto thee, unto this land of Canaan. How then should we steal of our master's house silver or gold? With whomever of thy servant it be found, both let him die, and be also will be my master's bondman. And he said, now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it be found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and ladded every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, what deed is that you have done? What ye not such a man as I can certainly divine? And Yehudah said, what shall we say unto my master? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my master's servants, both we, and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, far be it from me that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup is found, he should be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father. Then Yehudah came near unto him and said, O my master, let thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my master's ears, and let not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou art even as Pharaoh. My master asked his servant, saying, have ye a father or a brother? And he said unto my master, we have a father, an old man, and a child is his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. And thou sayest unto thy servant, bring him down unto me. And I said, that I may set mine eyes upon him. And we said unto my master, the lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And thou saidest unto thy servants, except your younger brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto my servant my father, we told him the words of my master. And our father said, go again and buy us little food. And we said, we cannot go down if our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. Yet the servant, my father, said unto us, you know that my wife bare me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, the mischief befall me. Ye shall bring again my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he seeth that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And thy servant shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surety for the lad unto thy father, saying, if I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my master, and let the lad go up to his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me? Least peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father. Chapter 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all of them that stood by him, and he cried, cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, yet while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, I pray you. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold unto Egypt. Now therefore, be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For Elohim did not send me before you. For Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you, a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and master to all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, Elohim hath made me master over Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household, and all that thou hast, come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all of his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well and his servant. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Say unto thy brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me. And I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat, and eat the fat of the land. Now thou art commanded, this do ye, take ye wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the children of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandments of Pharaoh, and gave them provisions for the way. To all of them he have gave man changes of raiment, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed, and said unto them, See that you fall not out by the way. And they went out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto them. And he had sent to carry him. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob, thy father, was revived. And Israel said, It is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
Chapter 46. And Israel took his journey with all that he had, came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto Elohim of his father Isaac. And Elohim spake unto Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, Here am I. And he said, I am Elohim, the El of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. I will go down with thee in Egypt. I will also surely bring thee up again. Joseph shall put his hand upon thy eyes. And Yaakov rose up from Beersheba. And the sons of Israel carried Yaakov their father, their little ones, their wives, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle, their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, came into Egypt. Yaakov, all his seed with him, his sons, and sons with him, his daughters, his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Egypt. And these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Yaakov, his sons, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn, the sons of Reuben, Enoch, Palu, Hezron, Carmi, and the sons of Simeon, Yemuel, Yamin, Ohad, Yakin, Zohar, Shaul, the son of the Canaanitish woman, and the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, Maari, and the sons of Yehuda, Onan, Shelah, Pharez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan, and the sons of Pharez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar, Tolah, Fuwa, Yob, and Shiron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elon, and Yaliel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare unto Yaakov in Padaram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion, and Hagi, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, Areli, and the sons of Asher, Yumnah, Ishua, Ishui, Beriah, Sirah, their sister, and the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Machiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bare unto Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Yaakov's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asina, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bare unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela and Becher and Ashbel, Gerar, Naamah, Ehi, Rosh, Hupayim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Yaakov. All the sons were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim, the sons of Naphtali, Yaziel, and Guni, and Yezer, and Shalim. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter. She bare these unto Yaakov. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov into Egypt, which came out of his loins, besides Yaakov's sons' wives, all the sons were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Yaakov, which came into Egypt, were 70. And he sent Yehuda before him unto Joseph to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot, went up to meet Israel's father to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said unto Joseph, now let me die, since I've seen thy face, because thou art yet alive. And Joseph said unto his brother, unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, my brother, my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade had been to feed cattle. And they have brought their flocks, their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, what is your occupation? That ye shall say, thy servants' trade have been about cattle from our youth, even unto now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians. Chapter 47. And Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brother, their flocks, their herds, and all they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brothers, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brother, what is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover unto Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land are we come, for thy servants have no pasture for their flocks. For the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray thee, let thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke unto Joseph, saying, thy father and thy brother are come unto thee. The land of Egypt is before thee. And the best of the land make thy father and thy brother dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. If thou knowest any man of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Yaakov his father, set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Yaakov, how old art thou? And Yaakov said unto Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and I have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. Yaakov blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brother, gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, and the best of the land, and the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brother, all his father's household, with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in the land of in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, for the corn which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, Give us bread. Why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. And Joseph said, Give your cattle, and I will give you for cattle if money fail. And they brought their cattle unto Joseph. And Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, for flocks, for cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. And when the year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him, We will not hide it from our master, how that our money is spent. My master also have our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my master, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before thy eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh, and give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land not be desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion, which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have brought you this day, and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that ye shall give the fifth part unto Pharaoh. 4 parts shall be your own, for the seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my master, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt unto this day, that Pharaoh shall have the fifth part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions there, grew, multiplied exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. And the time drew near that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him, If not I have found grace in thy sight, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh. Deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray thee, in Egypt. But I will lie with my fathers, and thou shalt carry me out of Egypt. Bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as thou hast said. And he said, Swear unto me. And he swore unto him. And Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Chapter 48. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Yaakov and said, Behold, thy son Joseph coming unto thee. Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Yaakov said unto Joseph, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. And now thy 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brother in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. And I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, and the same is Bethlehem. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, They are my sons, which Elohim had given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, Elohim has showed me also thy seed. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand, Manasseh in his left hand towards Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Israel stretched out his right hand, laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wantonly, for Manasseh was firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the last. Let my name be named upon them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people. He also shall become great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, In thee shall Israel bless, saying, Elohim make thee as Ephraim and Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said unto Joseph, Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brother, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. Chapter 49. And Yaakov called unto his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Yaakov. Hearken unto Israel your father. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power, unstable as water. Thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, then thou defilest it. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly. My honor, be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man. In their self-will they dig down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov and scatter them in Israel. Yehuda, thou art he whom my brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Yehuda is a lion's whelp from the prey. My son, thou art gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal unto the vine, his ass goes unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two birds, and he saw the rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant. And he bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I waited for thy salvation, O Yahweh. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat. He shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bow, even a fruitful bow by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have surely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bold in strength. The arms of his hand were made strong by the hands of the mighty one of Yaakov. From this is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Even by the el of thy father, who shall help thee, by the Almighty, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb, blessings of thy father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors, unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. But Yahweh shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall divide the prey. At night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this it is that their father spake unto them and blessed them. Everyone according to his blessing, he blessed them. And he charged them and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people. Burn me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephraim the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephraim the Hittite for possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah, his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah, his wife. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Yaakov had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered unto his people. Chapter 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, wept upon him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel. 40 days were fulfilled. So are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptian mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I found grace in thy eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die, in my grave which I did for me in the land of Canaan. There shalt thou bury me. Now therefore, let me go up, I pray thee, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up, bury thy father according as he made thee swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father. And with him went up all his servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, and all the house of Joseph, and his brethren, and his father's house. Only their little ones, their flocks, their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning to the Egyptians. Wherefore the name of it was called Abel Mizraim, which is beyond Jordan. And his sons did unto him according as he has commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field of a possession of a burying place of Ephraim the Hittite before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Egypt, he and his brother, and all that went out with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will peradventure hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him. And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, Thy father did command before he died, saying, So shall you say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray thee now, the trespass of thy brother, their sin, for they did unto thee evil, And now we pray thee, forgive the trespass of the servants of the Elohim of thy father. And Joseph wept when they spake unto him. And his brother also went and fell down before his face, and they said, Behold, we be thy servants. And Joseph said unto them, Fear not, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but Elohim meant it unto good, to bring it to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore fear ye not, I will nourish you, your little ones, and comforted them, and spake kindly unto them. And Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Mahir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brother, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of the land, out of this land unto the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Hallelujah. The book of Exodus, which is called Shemot, which means these are the names. Chapter 1.
Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. Let Yahweh be magnified. Exodus chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man in his household came with Yaakov, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren in all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, When you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then you shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, Why have you done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, Every son that is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. Chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son.
And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off to find out what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the riverside. And when she saw the ark amongst the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said, Because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren and looked on their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian beating an Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, Why are you striking your neighbor? And he said, Who made thee a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptian? And Moshe feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters. And they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, How is it that you are come so soon today? And they said, An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread. And Moshe was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter. And she bare him a son, and he called his name Gershom. For he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Ishak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon the children of Israel, and Elohim had respect unto them. Chapter 3. Now Moshe kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Elohim, even to Horeb. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, while the bush is not burnt. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the bush, and said, Moshe, Moshe. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the Elohim of thy father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Ishak, and the Elohim of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. Come now therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, Certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, you shall serve Elohim upon this mountain. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The Elohim of your fathers have sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And Elohim said unto Moshe, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you. And Elohim said moreover unto Moshe, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Yahweh Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Yaakov, have sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, Yahweh Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Yaakov, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to thy voice, and thou shalt come, thou and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Egypt, and you shall say unto him, Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews hath met with us, and now let us go, we beseech thee, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not go empty, but every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And you shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptians. Chapter 4. And Moshe answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Yahweh have not appeared unto thee. And Yahweh said unto him, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Put forth thine hand and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand, that they may believe that Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Yaakov, hath appeared unto thee. And Yahweh said furthermore unto him, Put now thine hand into thy bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, Put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these 2 signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, that thou shalt take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which thou takest out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moshe said unto Yahweh, O Yahweh, I am not eloquent, neither before nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And Yahweh said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth, or who maketh the dumb or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I Yahweh? Now therefore go, and I will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O Yahweh, send, I pray thee, by the hand of him whom thou wilt send. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moshe. And he said, Is not Aaron the Levite thy brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him, and put words in his mouth. And I will be with thy mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what you shall do. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people, and he shall be to thee instead of a mouth, and thou shalt be to him instead of Elohim. And thou shalt take this rod in thine hand, wherewith thou shalt do signs. And Moshe went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren which are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe in Midian, Go return into Egypt, for all the men are dead which sought thy life. And Moshe took his wife and his sons and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, When thou goest to return into Egypt, see that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thine hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the end that Yahweh met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet and said, Surely a bloody husband art thou to me. So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody husband thou art, because of the circumcision. And Yahweh said unto Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe. And he went and met him in the Mount Elohim and kissed him. And Moshe told Aaron all the words of Yahweh who has sent him, and all the signs which he commanded him. And Moshe and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshiped. Chapter 5. And afterward, Moshe and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus says Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, The Elohim of the Hebrews have met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh our Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. And the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and you make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, You shall no more give the people straw to make brick as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make before, you shall lay upon them. You shall not diminish any of it, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go you, get you straw where you can find it, yet not any of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your work, your daily task, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmaster had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Why have you not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today, as before? Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There is no straw given unto thy servants, and they say to us, Make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten, but the fault is in thine own people. But he said, You are idle, you are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahweh. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall you deliver the tale of bricks. And the officer of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, You shall not deduct any from your bricks of your daily task. And they met Moshe and Aaron, whom stood in the way as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, Yahweh look upon you and judge, because ye have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. And Moshe returned unto Yahweh and said,
Yahweh, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he have done evil to this people. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe, now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Elohim spake unto Moshe and said unto him, I am Yahweh, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of El Shaddai. But by my name Yahweh was I not known unto them. And I have also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you an Elohim, and you shall know that I am Yahweh your Elohim, which bringeth you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you in unto the land, concerning that which I did swear to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it to you for an heritage. I am Yahweh. And Moshe spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moshe for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, go in and speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moshe spake before Yahweh, saying, behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spake unto Moshe and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanak, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Simeon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Zohar, and Shual, the son of a Canaanitish woman. These are the families of Simeon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershom, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershom, Libni, and Shimi, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Ishar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Mahali, and Mushai. These are the families of Levi according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife, and she bare him Aaron and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Ishar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael, and Elzaphan, and Zithri. And Aaron took Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nashon, to wife, and she bare him Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korah, Asir, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These are the families of the Korites. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of Petuel to wife, and she bare him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are that Aaron and Moshe, to whom Yahweh said, bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their families. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moshe and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day when Yahweh spake unto Moshe in the land of Egypt, that Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, I am Yahweh. Speak thou unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto thee. And Moshe said before Yahweh, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, see, I have made thee as Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth mine armies, and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am Yahweh, when I stretch forth my hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from amongst them. And Moshe and Aaron did as Yahweh commanded them. So did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spake unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moshe and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as Yahweh had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water, and thou shalt stand by the river's brink against he come, and the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thine hand. Thou shalt say unto him, Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews have sent me unto thee, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, until now thou wouldest not hear. Thus says Yahweh, in this thou shalt know that I am Yahweh. Behold, I will strike with the rod that is in mine hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, say unto Aaron, take thy rod and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, and upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moshe and Aaron did so, as Yahweh commanded. And he lifted up the rod, and struck the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled. After that, Yahweh had struck the river. Chapter 8. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, go unto Pharaoh and say unto him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will plague all thy borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on thee, and upon thy people, and upon all thy servants. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, say unto Aaron, stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aaron and said, entreat Yahweh that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahweh. And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, be pleased to command me, when shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee in thy houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, tomorrow. And he said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto Yahweh our Elohim. And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy houses, and from thy servants, and from thy people, they shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moshe cried unto Yahweh because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod, and strike the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and struck the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beasts. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and say unto him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end that thou mayest know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servant's house, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aaron, and said, go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land. And Moshe said, it is not proper to do so, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to Yahweh your Elohim in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moshe said, behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat Yahweh that the swarm of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully anymore in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe. And he removed the swarm of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Chapter 9. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe, go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, thus says Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let him go, and wilt hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahweh is upon the cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous plague. And Yahweh shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children of Israel. And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying, tomorrow Yahweh shall do this thing in the land. And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Pharaoh said unto Moshe and unto Aaron, take you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it towards the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt. It shall be a boil breaking forth with blisters upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moshe sprinkled it up towards heaven, and it became a boil breaking forth with blisters upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that thou mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may send judgment upon thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth. And in very deed, for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exaltest thou thyself against my people, that thou would not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a grievous hail, such as hath not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now, and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of Yahweh amongst the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Stretch forth thine hand towards heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Egypt. And Moshe stretched forth his rod towards heaven, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail struck down all that was in the field throughout all the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And the hail struck down every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called Moshe and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sent this time. Yahweh is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat Yahweh, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer. And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto Yahweh, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know now that the earth is Yahweh's. But as for thee and thy servants, I know that you will not yet fear Yahweh Elohim. And the flax and the barley were ruined, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was boiled. But the wheat and the rye were not ruined, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto Yahweh, and the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as Yahweh had spoken by Moshe. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Give all glory and honor to our King by saying hallelujah. 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 Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. And let Yahweh be magnified. Chapter 10. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that thou mayest tell in the ears of thy sons and of thy sons' sons what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know that I am Yahweh. And Moses and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohim of the Hebrews, How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou refuse to let them go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into thy coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and that and they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remaineth unto you from the hail, and shall eat of every tree which groweth for you out of the field. And they shall fill thy house, and thy house of all thy servants, and the house of all the Egyptians, which neither thy fathers nor thy fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth until this day. And he turned unto himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servant said unto him, how long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let let the men go, that they may serve Yahweh their Elohim. Know thou not yet that Egypt is destroyed. And Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, go, serve Yahweh your Elohim. But who are they that should go? And Moses said, we will go with our young and with our old and with our sons and with our daughters and with the flocks and with our herds, and we will go, for we must hold a feast unto Yahweh. And he said unto them, let Yahweh be so with you as I will let you go, and your little ones look to it, for the evils before you. Not so. Go now that they are men, and serve Yahweh, for that ye did desire, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand over the land of Egypt, for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail hath left. Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and Yahweh brought the east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And when the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt and rested in all the coast of Egypt, very grievous were they. Before them there was no such locust as they, neither after them shall it be. So shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land and all the fruit of the trees, which all hail left. And there remained not a green thing in the tree, or in the herb, or in the fields. There, though all the land of Egypt, then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Yahweh your Elohim, and against you. Now therefore forgive me, I pray thee. My sin is only this once, and entreat Yahweh your Elohim, that he may take away me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh's and entreat Yahweh. And Yahweh turned the mighty strong wind, west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Egypt. Oh shoot. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so he would not let the children of Israel go. And Yahweh said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand towards heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand towards heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. And they saw not one another, rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moses and said, go ye, serve Yahweh only. Let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let let your little ones also go with you. And Moses said and Moses said, thou must give us also sacrifice burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh our Elohim. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not a hoof be left behind, for therefore must we take to serve Yahweh our Elohim. And we know not with what we must serve Yah until we come there. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, and take heed to thyself, and see my face no more. For in that day thou seest my face, thou shalt die. And Moses said, Thou hast spoken well. I will see thy face no more again. Chapter 11. Yahweh said unto Moses, Yet I will bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out and hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every man of his neighbor jewels of silver and jewels of gold. Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh and the servants of his people. And Moses said, Thus says Yahweh, about midnight I will go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborns of the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth on his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maid servants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborns of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall there be like it anymore. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know that I am Yahweh, that does put difference between Egyptian and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me and bow themselves down unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. And after that I will go. And he went out from the presence in a great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Chapter 12. And Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be the beginning of months of you. It shall be the first month of the year. Speak unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take them every man a lamb according to their house of their fathers, a lamb of a house. If thy household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto him his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lambs. Your lamb shall be without blemish, male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it between the evenings. And they shall take of the blood and strike it upon two side posts of the upper door posts of the house, and wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat flesh in that night, roast with fire, and unleavened bread with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor boil at all with water, but roast with fire his head with his legs, and with the inner parts. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. That which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat, with your loins girded and your shoes on your feet and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will slay the firstborns of Egypt in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the idols of Egypt I will execute judgment. I am Yahweh. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the house wherein ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you. And when I strike the land of Egypt, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations. You shall keep a feast and an ordinance forever. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the day before ye shall put any leaven or put away leaven out of your house. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day unto the seventh day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and in the seventh day there shall be a holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must, that only may be done of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in that same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore ye shall observe this day and your generation by ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 120th day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house. For whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Whether he be a stranger or born in the land, he shall eat nothing. He shall eat nothing. Leaven in all the habitations, ye shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel, saying, and said unto them, draw out and take a lamb according to your families, like, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in blood that is on the basin, and strike it into lentils, and in the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of the house until till the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to strike down the Egyptians when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts. Yahweh will deliver over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come into the house to strike down. And ye shall observe the things for ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. It shall come to pass when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he promised that he will shall serve, promise that ye shall keep this service. And it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, what mean ye by this service? Then ye shall say, it is a sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who passed over the house of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he struck down the Egyptians and deliver our house. And the people bowed their heads in worship. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh commanded. And Moses and Aaron did so did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh struck down all the firstborns in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on the throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon. And all the firstborn of the cattle and Pharaoh rose up in the night, and all the servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a household where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, rise up and get you forth from among the people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh. And ye shall have said, also take your flocks, your herds, and also ye have said, be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, and their knee troughs being bound up, and their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they bore the Egyptians jewels of silver and the jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of Egyptians, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Skysko, about 600,000 on foot. They were men beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and their flocks and their herds, very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because there were thrust out of Egypt, and could no linger, neither had they prepared themselves any provision. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. And it is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. And this is the night of Yahweh to be much observed of the children of Israel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man servant that is bought for money, and when thou hast circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof. A foreigner or a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten, shall not carry forth any of the flesh abroad about of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. And all the congregation of Israel kept it. And when the stranger shall sojourn there, and we will keep the Passover to Yahweh, and let all the males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it, and he shall be one that is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you. Thus says Yahweh, thus all the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass the self same day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt and their armies. Chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, sanctify unto me all the firstborns, whatsoever opened the womb among the children of Israel, both men and of beasts, is mine. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, and out of the house of bondage. For by stretched out hand, Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month of Abib, and it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of Canaan, and in the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this month. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the seventh day shall be a feast to Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is to be done of which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon the hand, for a memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh's law may be in thy mouth. For the strong hand hath Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep the ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, he swore unto thee and thy fathers, and shall give it thee. Thou and that thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all the first openings the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which thou hast, male shall be Yahweh's. In the every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break its neck. And all the firstborns of man among thy children shalt thou redeem. And it shall be when thy sons ask thee in the time to come, saying, what is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborns in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, I will sacrifice to Yahweh. I will sacrifice to Yahweh all the males, the first that open the womb, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and the frontness between thy eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt. And it came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go, that Elohim let them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For Elohim said, lest perhaps the people repent, and when they see war, and they will return to Egypt. But let Elohim let the people bow through the way of the wilderness in the Red Sea, and the children of Israel went and equipped for a battle out of the land of Egypt. And Moses took the bones of Yosef with him, for he had straitly sworn to the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up the bones away hence with you. And they took their journey from South School and camped and Ethan in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud and led them in the way, and by night in the pillar of fire, and gave them light to go by day and night. And he took away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of the fire by night from before the people. Chapter 14. Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, that they turn and encamp before Pharaoh and for Pharaoh between Magdal and the sea over against Baal Zephon, before it shall ye camp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, they are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart that he shall follow after them, and I will gain honor over Pharaoh and over all his hosts, that the Egyptians may know that I am Yahweh. And they did so. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people. And they said, why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariots and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and the captain over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and he pursued after the children of Israel. And the children of Israel went out with a high hand, but the Egyptians pursued after them. And all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh and his horsemen and his army, and overtook the camp by the sea, besides Philosoph and before Babel Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Israel cried out unto Yahweh. And they said unto Moses, because there was no graves in Egypt, Hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dealt with us to carry us forth out of Egypt? Is it not this word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, let us alone that we may serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still, see the salvation of Yahweh, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptian whom ye have served today, you shall not see them again no more forever. Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahweh said unto Moses, wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. But lift up thy rod and stretch out thy hand over the sea and divide it, and the children of Israel shall go dry ground through the midst of the sea. And behold, I will harden the hearts of Pharaoh, and they shall follow them, and I will gain honor over Pharaoh and all the hosts of his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am Yahweh when I have gained honor over Pharaoh and chariot and his horsemen, and the angel of Elohim, which before the camp of Israel removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came to pass the camp of Egyptians and the camp of Israel, and it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all night. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahweh caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind, and all that night made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were walled unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued and went and after them in the midst of the sea, even all of Pharaoh's house of chariots and horsemen. And it came to pass in the morning watch, Yahweh looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and the cloud and troubled the host of Egyptians. And they took off their chariots and wheels, and they drove them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel. For Yahweh frightened for them against Yahweh's fighting for them against the Egyptians. And Yahweh said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians and their chariots and their horsemen. And Moses stretched out forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength. And when the morning appeared, the Egyptians fled, and Yahweh overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the hosts of Pharaoh that came unto the sea after them. There remained not so much of one of them. But the children of Israel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Yahweh saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. And Israel saw that great work which Yahweh did upon the Egyptians, and the people feared Yahweh and believed Yahweh his servants. All right, praise mighty Yah. Hallelujah. I stopped at 14.
Hallelujah.
I'm sorry, Exodus 15.
Hallelujah. 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 Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. And let Yahweh be magnified. Giving all thanks to the Most High Yah. Chapter 15, Exodus. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto Yahweh, and spake, saying, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. Yahweh is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation. He is my El, and I will prepare him an habitation. My father's Elohim, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Thy right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Thy right hand, O Yahweh, hath dashed in pieces the enemy. And in the greatness of thine excellency, thou hast overthrown them that rose up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of thy nostril, the waters were gathered together. The floods stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My last shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto thee, O Yahweh, among the mighty? Who is like thee, majestic in being set apart, fearful in praises, doing wonders? Thou stretchest out thy right hand, the earth swallowed them. Thou in thy mercy hast led forth the people which thou hast redeemed. Thou hast guided them in thy strength unto thy holy habitation. Thy people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestine. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them by the greatness of thine arm. They shall be as still as a stone, till thy people pass over. O Yahweh, till the people pass over, which thou hast purchased. Thou shalt bring them in and plant them in the mountain of thine inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in the sanctuary, O Yahweh, which thy hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. For the hearts of Pharaoh went in with his chariot and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them, but the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, timbrel. All the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, Sing ye to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur, and they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And he said unto Yahweh, and Yahweh showed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians. For I am Yahweh that healeth thee. And they came to Elam, where were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elam, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came into the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, Would that we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Egypt,
when we sat by the flesh pot, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said Yahweh unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. And it came to pass that on the sixth day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, At even then you shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning then you shall see the splendor of Yahweh, for that he heareth your murmurings against Yahweh. And what are we that you murmur against us? And Moses said, This shall be when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Yahweh heareth your murmuring, which you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moses spake unto Aaron, saying to all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before Yahweh, for he hath heard your murmuring. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the splendor of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, speaking to them, saying, Between the evening you shall eat flesh, and the morning you shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh hath given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for a man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did measure it with an omer, he had gathered much, had nothing over. And he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun grew hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahweh has said, Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Yahweh. Bake that which you will bake today, and seed that which you will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning, as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahweh. Today you shall not find it in the field. 6th day ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went up out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moses, How long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that Yahweh hath given you the Shabbat. Therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white. And the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generation, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh to be kept for your generation. As Yahweh commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is the 10th part of an ephah, chapter 17. I and all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys according to the commandments of Yahweh and pitched in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moses and said, Give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do you tempt Yahweh? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moses and said, Wherefore is this that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moses cried unto Yahweh, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go on before the people, and take with thee of the elders of Israel, and thy rod which thou struck the river with, take in thy hand and go. Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt strike the rock, and there shall come water out of it that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah. And Meribah became of the children of Israel, because they tempted Yahweh, saying, Is Yahweh amongst us or not? Then came Abimelech and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, Choose us out men and go out, fight with Abimelech. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in mine hand. So Joshua did as Moses had said to him and fought with Abimelech. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass when Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed, and when he let it down, Abimelech prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua discomfited Abimelech and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Abimelech from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Yahweh Nisi. For he said, Because Yahweh has sworn that Yahweh will have war with Abimelech from generation to generation. Chapter 18. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moses and for Israel, his people, and that Yahweh had brought Israel out of Egypt, then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moses' wife, after he had sent her back, and her two sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eliezer, for the Elohim of my father, said he, was mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and with his wife unto Moses into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moses, I, thy father-in-law Jethro, am come unto thee, and thy wife, and her two sons with her. And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed before him and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moses told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done to Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, Blessed be Yahweh, who hath delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who hath delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Aaron came and all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from morning until the evening. And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, what is this thing that thou doest to the people? Why sittest thou thyself alone? And all the people stand by thee from morning until evening. And Moses said unto his father-in-law, because the people come out to me to inquire of Elohim. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and the other. And I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his laws. And Moses' father-in-law said unto him, the thing that thou doest is not good. Thou wilt surely wear away, both thou and this people that is with thee, for this thing is too heavy for thee. Thou art not able to perform it thyself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give thee counsel, and Elohim shall be with thee. Be thou for the people a representative of Elohim, that thou mayest bring the causes unto Elohim. And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for thyself, and they shall bear the burden with thee. If thou shalt do this thing, and Elohim command thee so, then shalt thou be able to endure, and all this people shall also go to their place in peace. So Moses hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he had said. And Moses chose the able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard cases they brought unto Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Chapter 19. In the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel encamped before the mount. And Moses went up to Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say unto the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and before thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go into the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourself that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall surely be put to death. There shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet soundeth long, they shall come up the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day. Come not at your wives. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightning and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and grew louder and louder, Moses spake, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount, and Yahweh called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto Yahweh to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also which come near to Yahweh sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break forth upon them. And Moses said unto Yahweh, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, saying, Set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. And Yahweh said unto him, Away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee, but let not the priest and the people break through to come up unto Yahweh, lest he break forth upon them. So Moses went down into the people and spake unto them. Chapter 20. Praise the mighty Yah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Blessed be Yahweh.
Hallelujah. Chapter 20 of Exodus. And Elohim spake all these words, saying, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other Elohim before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahweh thy Elohim, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy Elohim in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which Yahweh thy Elohim giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me Elohim of silver, neither shall ye make unto you Elohim of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thy oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Chapter 21. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free. Then his master shall bring him into the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door and unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the menservants do. If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he have dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that strikes a man so that he die shall surely be put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die. And he that strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one strikes another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that struck him be clear. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man strike his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man strike the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he knocks out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in pastime, and it have been testified to his owner, and he have not kept him in, but that he hath killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him, whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also shall they divide. Or if it be known that the ox have used to push in pastime, and his owner have not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. Chapter 22. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep or kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be caught in the act and be struck that he died, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. For he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or a vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn or the standing corn or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ox or an ass or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, that he hath not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. And the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for a witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrificeth unto any Elohim, save only unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall grow hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as a usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me that I will hear, for I am gracious. Thou shalt not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of thy people. Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen, and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his mother, and on the 8th day thou shalt give it to me. And ye shall be holy men unto me, neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of the beast in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. Chapter 23. Thou shalt not raise a false report, thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see the ass of him that hateth thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. Thou shalt not wrest the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter. And the innocent and righteous slay thou not, for I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise, and perverteth the words of the righteous. Also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But in the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labor, which thou hast sown in the field, and in the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the sovereign Yahweh. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not see the kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thy enemies, and an adversary unto thy adversaries. For mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works. For thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahweh your Elohim, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be bearing in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. I will make all thy enemies turn their backs unto thee, and I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before thee. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little will I drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river, for I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest they make thee sin against me. For if thou serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto thee. Chapter 24. And he said unto Moses, Come up unto Yahweh, thou and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near Yahweh. But they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, All the words which Yahweh hath said we will do. And Moses wrote all the words of Yahweh, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offer burnt offerings, and sacrifice peace offerings of oxen unto Yahweh. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people. And they said, All that Yahweh hath said we will do, and be obedient. And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh have made with you concerning all these words. Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the Elohim of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he said, he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stone, and a law and commandments which I have written, and thou mayest teach them. And Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua. And Moses went up into the mount of Elohim, and he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moses went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the splendor of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the splendor of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Chapter 25. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they bring me an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, and ram skin dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof, and 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And thou shalt make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And thou shalt put into the ark the testimony which I shall give thee. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And thou shalt make 2 cherubims of gold, of beaten work shalt thou make them in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubims shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubims be. And thou shalt put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee. And there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I will give thee in commandment unto the children of Israel. Thou shalt also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about, and thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And thou shalt make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for the places of the staves to bear the table. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make the dishes thereof, and the spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover withal. And pure gold shalt thou make them. And thou shalt set them upon the table, showbread, before me always. And thou shalt make a candlestick of pure gold. Of beaten work shall the candlestick be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knob and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knob and a flower, so in the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knobs and their flowers. And there shall be a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceeded out of the candlestick. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same, and it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, and they may give light over against it. And the tongues thereof and the snuff dishes thereof shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it with all these vessels. And look that thou make them after their pattern, which was showed thee in the mount. Hallelujah.
Praise the Maria. Exodus chapter 26. Correct? 26? Okay. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work shalt thou make them. The length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain for 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together unto one another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain, from the selvage in the coupling. And likewise shalt thou make in the uttermost edge of another curtain, in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And thou shalt make 50 tackies of gold, and couple the curtains together with the tackies, and it shall be one tabernacle. And thou shalt make curtains of goat's hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shalt thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain, one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. And thou shalt make 50 tackies of brass, and put the tackies into the loops, and one couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and that side to cover it. And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skin and dyed red, and a covering above of badger skin. Thou shalt make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall be there in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt thou make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make the boards for the tabernacle 20 boards on the south side southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side, there shall be 20 boards, and there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, thou shalt make 6 boards, and 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silvers, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle, for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the boards shall reach from end to end. And thou shalt overlay the bars with the gold, and make the rings of gold for places for the bars. And thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was showed thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work. With the cherubim shall it be made. And thou shalt hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil under the tackies, that thou mayest bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And thou shalt set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And thou shalt put the table on the north side. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And their hooks shall be of gold, and thou shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Chapter 27. And thou shalt make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and thou shalt overlay it with brass. And thou shalt make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans, all the vessels thereof thou shalt make of brass. And thou shalt make for it a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shalt thou make for bracing rings in the 4 corners thereof. And thou shalt put in under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And thou shalt make staves for the altar, staves of the shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staff should be put in the rings, and the staff should be put the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shalt thou make it, as it was showed thee in the mount, so shall they make it. And thou shalt make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side, southward, there should be hangings for the court of the fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side, and the 20 pillars thereof, and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length, there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and its 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And for the breadth on the court of the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hanging 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be hanging of 20 cubits of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen wrought with needlework. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their guards shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring their pure oil, olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the congregation without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahweh. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Israel. Chapter 28. And thou shalt take unto thee Aaron thy brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron, thy brother, for dignity and for beauty. And thou shalt speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate them, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, a robe, and a broidered coat, a mitre, and a girdle. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and they shall make the ephod of gold, of purple, of blue, of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen with cunning work. It shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof, joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so shall it be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod which is upon it shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and grave them on the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shalt thou engrave 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. Thou shalt make them to be set in ounces of gold. And thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, for stones of memorial unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear the names before Yahweh upon his shoulders for a memorial. And thou shalt make ouches of gold, and the 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work. Thou shalt make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod thou shalt make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shalt thou make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be there a breadth thereof. And thou shalt set in the settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first rows shall be sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. That shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, and a gate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their settings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be, according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the end of wreathen work of pure gold. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold. And thou shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings, which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And thou shalt make 2 rings of gold. And thou shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate, in the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And the 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt thou put on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in unto the holy place for memorial before Yahweh continually. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before Yahweh. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before Yahweh continually. And thou shalt make the robe of the ephod of all blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work round about the hole of it, as it were the hole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it thou shalt make pomegranates of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and the bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be a heard when he goeth in unto the holy place before Yahweh, and when he cometh out, that he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like engravings of signet, holiness to Yahweh. And thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre. Upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things. With the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts, and it shall be always upon his forehead, that he may be accepted before Yahweh. And thou shalt embroider the coat of fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles, and bonnets shalt thou make for them, for dignity and for beauty. And thou shalt put them on upon Aaron thy brother, and his sons with him, and shalt anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, and they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness. From the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. Hallelujah. Chapter 29. And this is a thing that shall do unto them, hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and cakes unleavened tempered, with oil, and wafers unleavened anointed with oil. Of wheat and flour shalt thou make them. And thou shalt put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments, and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with curious girdle of the ephod. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. And then shalt thou take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And thou shalt bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for perpetual state. And thou shalt consecrate Aaron and his sons. And thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And thou shalt kill the bullock before Yahweh by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. Thou shalt also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram, and thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them into his pieces, and unto his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then thou shalt kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also shalt thou take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before Yahweh. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave for them a wave offering before Yahweh. And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be thy part. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel. For it is an heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them, that the son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in thy basket, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if any of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shalt thou do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them, and thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement, and thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast made an atonement for it, and thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days shalt thou make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever toucheth the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The 1 lamb that shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb that shall offer between the evenings. And with the 1 lamb, a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. and the fourth part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And the lamb thou shalt offer between the evenings, and shalt do thereto according to the meal offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savour, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before Yahweh, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my splendor. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Israel and will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahweh, their Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I might dwell with among them. And I am Yahweh, their Elohim. Chapter 30. Praise the Maria. Hallelujah. No. Hallelujah. Chapter 30. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shalt thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, and top thereof, and sides thereof, round about the horns thereof. And thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shalt thou make to it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon the 2 sides of it shalt thou make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. And Aaron shall burn therein sweet incense every morning when he dresseth the lamps. He shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, and perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. You shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall you pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in a year shall he atone upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahweh, when thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them, when thou numberest them. This they shall give every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. And half a shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shalt appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Thus shalt also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass to wash withal, and thou shalt put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and thou shalt put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet therein. And when they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, and they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister to burn offering made by fire unto Yah. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations. Moreover, Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Take thou also unto thee principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon, half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calmas, 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil, olive, and hin. And thou shalt make an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of apothecary. It shall be an holy anointing oil. And thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table, and all his vessels, and the candlestick, and his vessels, and the altar of incense. And the altar of burnt offering with all the vessels, and the laver and his foot. And thou shalt sanctify them, that they may be most holy, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest office. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, This shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it be poured, neither shall it make any other like it after the composition of it. It is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compoundeth it, any like it, or whosoever putteth any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Take unto thee sweet spices, steak, and onycha, and galbanum, these sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall be like a weight. And thou shalt make it a perfume, a confection, after the art of apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And thou shalt beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with thee. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which thou shalt make, you shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto thee holy for Yahweh. Whosoever shall make like unto that to smell thereto shall even be cut off from his people. 31. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uriah, the son of the tribe of Yehudah, and I have filled him with the spirit of Elohim in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge, in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting of stones set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given him with Ahalabab, the son of Ashimach, of the tribe of Dan, into the hearts of all that are wise hearted. I have put his wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded thee, the tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that is thereupon, and the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure candlestick with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot, and the cloths of service, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister to the priest office, and the anointing oil and sweet incense for the holy place. According to all that I have commanded thee shall they do. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily, verily, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yah, that doeth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generation for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heaven, the earth, and the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone written with the finger of Elohim. 32. And when people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, Up, make us masters, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives or of your sons and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be the masters of Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast to Yah. And they rose up early on tomorrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Go, get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy masters, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And Yahweh said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make thee a great nation. And Moses besought Yahweh, his Elohim, and said, Yahweh, why doeth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, mischief did he bring them out to slay them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and sayest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides, on the one side and the other were they written. And the tables were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the tables. And when Yeshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, and he saw the calf, the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it to powder and strawed it upon the water and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Moses said unto Aaron, what did this people unto thee that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, let not the anger of my master wax hot. Thou knowest the people that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, make us masters which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever hath any gold, let them break it off. So they give it me. Then I cast it unto the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus said Yah Elohim of Israel, put every man in his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moses has said, consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, and he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on tomorrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto Yahweh. Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moses returned unto Yahweh and said, oh, this people has sinned a great sin, and have made them deities of gold. Yet now, if thou wilt forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out thy book which thou hast written. And Yahweh said unto Moses, whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out my book. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. And Yahweh plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. 33. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Depart and go up hence, thou and the people which thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt unto the land which I swear unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, Unto thy seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before thee, and I will drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of thee, for thou art a stiff-necked people, lest I consume thee in thy way. And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahweh has said unto Moses, Say unto the children of Israel, Ye are stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of thee in a moment and consume thee. Therefore now put off thy ornaments from thee, that I may know what to do unto thee. And the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that everyone which sought Yahweh went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and Yah talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshiped, every man in his tent door. And Yahweh spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp. But his servant Yehoshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto Yahweh, thou sayest unto me, Bring up this people, and thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me. Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight, and consider that this nation is thy people. And he said, My presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. And he said unto him, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we separate, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim thy name of Yahweh before thee. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. And Yahweh said, Behold, there is a place by me that thou shalt stand upon a rock. And he shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a cliff of the rock,
and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. 34. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself therefore to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with thee, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount, neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mount. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai, and Yahweh had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh descended in the cloud and stood with him, and proclaimed the name of Yahweh. And Yahweh passed by before him and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh Elohim, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children and the children's children, unto the 3rd and to the 4th generation. And Moses made haste and bowed his head towards the earth and worshipped. And he said, If now I have found grace in thy sight, O Yahweh, let Yahweh, I pray thee, go among us. And for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance. And he said, Behold, I make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvels such as have not been seen in all the earth, nor is any nation, and all the people among which thou art shall see the work of Yah. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other Elohim, for Yahweh, whose name is jealous, is a jealous Elohim. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their deities, and do sacrifice unto their deities, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. And thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their deities, and make thy sons go a whoring after their deities. Thou shalt make thee no molten deities. The feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month of Abib. For the month of Abib thou camest out from Egypt. All that opened the matrix is mine, and every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou redeem him not, then shalt thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days thou shalt work, but on the 7th day thou shalt rest. In airing time and harvest thou shalt rest. And thou shalt reserve the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all men, children appear before Yah Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. For I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land when thou shalt go up to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim thrice in a year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left unto the morning. The first of the firstfruits of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not see the kid in his mother's milk. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water, and he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. And it came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. And Moses called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him, and Moses talked with them. And afterwards all the children of Israel came nigh, and he gave them in commandment all Yahweh had spoken with him in the Mount Sinai. Until Moses had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moses went in before Yahweh to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spake unto the children of Israel that which he was commanded. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses put the veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with him. Hallelujah.
First and foremost, give glory and strength, honor, and praise unto the Holy One of Israel, to the mighty Elohim of our forefathers, whom we may know as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The same mighty Elohim who alone created the heavens, the earth, the seas, and all that therein is, by saying hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. Chapter 35 of Exodus. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, and said unto them, These are the words which Yahweh hath commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there should be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever doeth any work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. And Moses spake unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded, saying, Take ye from among you an offering unto Yahweh, whatsoever is of a willing heart. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it and offer unto Yahweh. Gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, ram skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for an ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise hearted among you shall come, and make all that Yahweh hath commanded. The tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, and his taches, and his boards, and his bars, his pillars, his sockets, the ark, and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat, and the veils of the covering, the table and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread, the candlesticks also for the light, and his furniture, and his lamps, for the oil for light, and the incense, and the incense altar, and the staves, and anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the doors at the entering of the tabernacle, the altar for burnt offering, and with its brazen gate, and with his staves, and all his vessels, the levers and his foot, the hanging of the court, his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court, the pins in the tabernacle, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the clothes of the service, and to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments for his sons to minister in the priest's office. Verse 20. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. Verse 21. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, everyone who is willing, whose spirit made willing. And they brought Yahweh's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. Verse 22. And there came both men and women, as many as were willing hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets, all jewels of gold, every man that offered an offering of gold unto Yahweh. Verse 23. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skins of rams and badger skins brought them. Verse 24. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought Yahweh's offering. And every man whom was found shittim's wood for work, any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which was in their hand, that was sprung, both of purple and blue, both of blue and purple and scarlet, and of fine linen. And all the women whose heart stirred them up, and wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spices and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. And the children of Israel brought of a willing offering unto Yahweh, every man and woman whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which Yahweh had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, See, Yahweh hath called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And he hath filled him with the spirit of Elohim, in wisdom and understanding, and of knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curtains, and to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in cunning stones, to set them in the carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he hath put them in his heart, that he may teach, both he and Aholiab, the son of Abimelech. Forgive me. Praise the mighty God. Let me start verse 34 again, please. Of the tribe of Dan. Then have he filled with wisdom and of heart to work all manner of work, and of gravers, and of cunning workmen, and of embroiderers, in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and fine linen, and weavers, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Chapter 36. Then wrought Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted, in whom Yahweh put wisdom and understanding, to know the work of all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that Yahweh had commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart Yahweh had put wisdom, everyone whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moses all offerings which of the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal, and brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise hearted that wrought all the work of the sanctuary, everyone came every man from his work which he had made. And they spake unto Moses, saying, the people brought much more than enough for the service of the work which Yahweh commanded to make. And Moses gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of the twined linen, purple and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubims of cunning work made he them. And the length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of the curtain 4 cubits. And the curtains were all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage to the coupling. Likewise, he made in the uttermost side of one another curtain and coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain, which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 clashes of gold, coupled to curtains one unto another with the claps. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and the 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. And 11 curtains were of the one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 5 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain and the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain, which coupled the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple the 10 together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skin dyed red, and a covering of badger skin above that. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim's wood, standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. And one board 2 couplings, 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the one side, for the south side, southward, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for 2 tenons, 2 sockets under another board for the 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle at the 2 sides. And they were coupled together, coupled together at the head thereof, to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both sides of corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim woods, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and the 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 boards for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made for the middle bars shoot through of the boards from one end to another. And he overlaid the boards with gold and made their rings of gold. And he placed for the bars and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue and of purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. With cherubims made he it of cunning work. And he made thereof 4 pillars of shittim wood and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made an hanging for the tabernacle door of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needlework, and the 5 pillars of it with their hooks, and overlaid their chapters and their fillets with gold. But their 5 sockets were of brass. Chapter 37. And Basael made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits of a half was the length thereof, and the cubit of a half was the breadth thereof, and the cubit and a half was the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold that went around about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and the 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood and overlaid them with gold. And he put staves in the rings by the side of the ark to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits of a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit of a half was the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubims of gold, beaten of one piece made he them, and on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and 1 cherub on one end of the side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. And out of the mercy seat made he the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, and their faces one to another, even to the mercy eastward were the faces of the cherubims. And he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and the cubit was the breadth thereof, and the cubit was the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereof a border of handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the borders thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the place for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table with dishes, and with spoons, and with bowls, and with covers to cover it withal of pure gold. And he made the candlesticks of pure gold, and beadwork made he the candlesticks, his shafts and his branch, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the candlesticks out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlesticks out on the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds, and 1 branch, and the knob and the flowers, and the 3 bowls made like almonds, another branch, and the knob and the flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlesticks. And in the candlesticks were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knobs and his flowers, and his knobs under 2 branches of the same, and the knob under the 2 branches of the same. and the knob under 2 branches of the same, according to 6 branches going out of it. Their knobs and their branches were the same, and all of it was a one beaten work of pure gold. And he made the 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. And of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim's wood. The length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. And it was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height thereof. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crowns thereof, by the 2 corners of it, and the 2 sides thereof, to be placed for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim's wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointed oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the Passover. Blessed be Yahweh. Thank you. Chapter 38. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim's wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits was the breadth thereof. And it was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it, and the horns thereof are the same. And he overlaid it with brass, and he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, and the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the fire pans. All the vessels thereof made he of brass. And he made for the altar a brass grate of network under the compass thereof, beneath the midst thereof. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, to place for staves. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves and the rings on the side of the altar, to bear it withal. And he made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the levers of brass, and the foot of it of brass, and the looking glasses of the women's assembly, which assembled at the door by the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the court on the south side, southward of hangings of the court of fine twined linen, and of 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side of the hangings were of 100 cubits, and their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits, and the pillars 10, and their sockets 10, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillers of silver. And for the east side, eastward 50 cubits, and the hangings of one side of the gate were 15 cubits, and the pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits, and their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And all the hangings of the court round about were of the fine twined linen. And their sockets for the pillars were of brass, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver, and overlaying of their tapestries of silver. And all the pillars of the court were fillets with silver. And the hangings for the gate and the courts with needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height of the breadth were 5 cubits, and unswerable and answerable, and answerable to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4, and their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their capiters, and their fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle of the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of the testimony. As it was counted according to the commandment of Moses for the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. And Basael, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, the tribe of Judah, made all that Yahweh had commanded Moses. And with him was Aholiab, the son of Abisamach, from the tribe of Dan, an engraver and a cunning workman, an embroiderer in blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and all the gold that was accompanied for the work and all the work of the holy place, even the gold of offering, was 29 talents, 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents, and 1,763 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Beka, for every man, that is, a half shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. For every one that went to be numbered from 20 years old and upward was 600,550 men, 63,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary, and the sockets of the veil, 100 sockets and 100 talents, a talent for a socket. And of the 1,775 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars, overlaid for the chapiters, and filled with them. And the brass of the offerings was 70 talents, 2,400 shekels. Therewith he made the sockets to the doors of the tabernacle of the congregation, of the brazen altar, and the brazen gate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the gate court round about. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Chapter 39. Verse 1, and of the blue and purple and scarlet, they made cloths of service to do service in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the ephod of gold, blue, purple, scarlet, fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into thin plates, cut it into wires, to work in it the blue, the purple, the scarlet, and the fine linen with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it, to couple it together. By the two edges was it coupled together. And the curious girdle of his ephod was upon it, and was of the same according to the work thereof, gold, blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they brought onyx stones set in the ouches of gold, graven as signets are graven, with the names of the children of Israel. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was 4 square. They made the breastplate double. A span was the length thereof, a span the breadth thereof, being double. And they set it in 4 rows of stones. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This was the first row. The second row, an emerald, sapphire, and a diamond. The third row, a laguer, and a gate, and an amethyst. The fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their settings. The stones were according to the names of the children of Israel, 12, according to their names, like the engraving of a signet, everyone with his name, according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends of writ work of pure gold. And they made 2 ounces of gold, 2 gold rings, put 2 rings in 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 red chains of gold in 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 red chains they fastened into 2 ouches and put them in shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, put them in 2 ends of the breastplate upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other gold rings, put them on 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the fore part of it, over against the other company thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they did bind the breastplate by its rings unto the rings of the ephod, which a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loose from the ephod, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the robe of the ephod, woven work, all of blue. And there was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of a habergeon, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. And they made upon the hems of the robes of the pomegranates of blue, purple, scarlet, and fine and twined linen. And they made bells of pure gold. Put the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe, round about between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister in, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made coats of fine linen of woven work for Aaron and for his sons. And a mitre of fine linen, and goodly bonnets of fine linen, linen breeches, fine twined linen, girdle of fine twined linen, blue, purple, scarlet, needlework, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, wrote upon it a writing, like to the engravings of a signet, holiness to Yahweh. And they tied up unto it a lace of blue, to fasten on high upon the mitre, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation finished. And the children of Israel did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, so did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto Moshe, the tent and all his furnitures, his taches, his boards, his bars, his pillars, his sockets, and the coverings of ram skins dyed red, coverings of badger skins, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony, and the staff thereof, and the mercy seat, the table and all the vessels thereof, and the showbread, the pure candlestick with the lamps thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle door, the brazen altar, and his grate of brass, his staff, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, his sockets, and the hanging for all the court gate, his cords, his pins, and all the vessels of the servants of the tabernacle for the tent of the congregation, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, his sons' garments, and to minister in the priest's office, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, so the children of Israel made all the work. And Moshe did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as Yahweh had commanded. Even so had they done it, and Moshe blessed them. Chapter 40. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month, thou shalt set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And thou shalt bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And thou shalt bring in a candlestick, the light the candles thereof. And thou shalt set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony. Put the hangings of the door to the tabernacle. And thou shalt set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shalt put water therein. And thou shalt set up the court round about. Hang up the hanging at the court gate. And thou shalt take anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all that is therein. And thou shalt hallow it and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And thou shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all the vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And thou shalt anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And thou shalt put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt bring his sons, clothe them with coats, and thou shalt anoint them, as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus did Moshe, according to all that Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year, in the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moshe reared up the tabernacle, fastened its sockets, set up the boards thereof, put in the bars thereof, reared up the pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, put the covering of the tent above it, upon it, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he took and put the testimony into the ark, set the staves on the ark, put the mercy seat above upon the ark. He brought the ark into the tabernacle, set up the veil of the covering, covered the ark of the testimony, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the table in the tent of the congregation upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon before Yahweh, as Yahweh had commanded Moshe. And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation over the table on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the golden altar into the tent of the congregation before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. He put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and he offered upon it the burnt offering, the meal offering, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he set up the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and put water there to wash withal. And Moshe and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat. And when they went into the tent of the congregation, when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he rid up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moshe finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And Moshe was not able to enter the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon, and the splendor of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of Yahweh was upon the tabernacle by day, fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel throughout all their journeys. Hallelujah. The book of Leviticus, called Wayikra, the call unto
Can you all hear me? Hallelujah. All right. Praise mighty God, the book of Leviticus, chapter 1. And Yahweh called to Moshe and spoke to him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you brings an offering unto Yahweh, you shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock, If his offering is a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let them offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before Yah. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make an atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall skin the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. And the sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire upon the altar and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priest, Aaron's son, shall lay the parts, the head and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash with water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar to be burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering is of the flocks, namely of the sheep or of the goats, for burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish, and he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward before Yahweh and the priest. And Aaron's son shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar, and he shall cut it into pieces with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. But he shall wash the inwards and the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering of Yahweh is of the fowls, then he shall bring his offering of the turtle doves or of the young pigeons, and the priest shall bring it to the altar and wring off his head and burn it in the altar. And the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers and cast it beside the altar on the east part by the place of the ashes. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but he shall not divide it apart. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar and the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. Leviticus chapter 2. And when any of you will offer a meat offering unto Yahweh, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and it put frankincense thereon. He shall bring it to Aaron's sons the priests, and he shall take there out of his handful of the flour thereof and of the oil thereof with the frankincense thereof, and the priest shall burn it, burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. And if you bring an oblation of meat offering baked in the oven, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. And if your oblation is a meat offering baked in a pan, it shall be of fine flour unleavened mingled with oil. You shall part it in pieces and pour oil thereon. It is a meat offering. And if your oblation is a meat offering baked in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto Yahweh. And when it is presented to the priest, he shall bring it to the altar, and the priest shall take it from the meat offering memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aaron and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. No meat offering which you shall bring unto Yahweh shall be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven, nor any honey in any offering made by fire. As for the oblation of the first fruits, you shall offer them unto Yahweh, but they shall not be burnt on the altar of for sweet savor. And every oblation of your meat offering shall you season with salt. Neither shall you allow the salt of the covenant of thy Elohim to be lacking from your meat offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a meat offering of your first fruits unto Yahweh, you shall offer the meat offering of your first fruit, green ears of corn dried by the fire, even corn beaten out of full ears. And you shall put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering, and the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten corn thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Chapter 3. And if his oblation is a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offers it of the herd, whether it is a male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons, the priest, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer the sacrifice of the peace offerings, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the lobe above the liver, with the kidneys. And he shall take it away, and Aaron's son shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahweh is of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offers a lamb of his offering, then shall he offer it before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer the sacrifice of the peace offerings, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat thereof, and the whole rump. It shall he take off her hard by the backbone, and the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the lobe above the liver, and the kidneys, it shall he take away, and the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And if his offering is a goat, then he shall offer it before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation. The sons of Aaron shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And he shall offer his offering, even an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the whole lobe above the liver, with the kidneys. It shall he take away, and the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for sweet savor. All the fat is Yahweh's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout your dwellings, that you eat neither fat nor blood. Chapter 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a soul that shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them, if the priest that is anointed does sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring his sin, which he has sinned, a young bullock without blemish unto Yahweh for a sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before Yahweh, and shall lay his hand upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall take the bullock's head, and bring it to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before Yahweh, before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of a sweet incense before Yahweh, which is the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock and at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the lobe above the liver with the kidneys, it shall he take away, as it was taken off from the bullock of sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung, Even the whole bullock shall he carry forth outside the camp to a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. And if the whole congregation of Israel sins through ignorance, and the thing be hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have sinned against it is known, then the congregation shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before Yahweh, and his bullock shall be killed before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before Yahweh, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, which is before Yahweh, that is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour out all the blood up at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle and the congregation. And he shall take all of his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven to them. And he shall carry forth the bullock outside the camp, and burn him as he burnt the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the congregation. When a ruler has sinned and done something through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh for his Elohim concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin wherein he has sinned comes to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before Yahweh. It is a sin offering, and the priest shall take of the blood and of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven to him. And if any one of the common people sins through ignorance, while he does somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which ought not to be done, and is guilty, or if his sin which he has sinned comes to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin offering which he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns in the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he brings a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it as female without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for a sin offering in the place where they killed the offering. And the priest shall take the blood of the sin offering, and put it upon his finger, and put it upon the horns of the burnt offering, and shall pour it upon the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall, verse 35, and he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb that is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he hath committed, and it shall be forgiven to him. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he hath seen or hath known of it, if he doth utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of an unclean cattle, or the carcass of an unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden to him, he shall be unclean and guilty. or if he touch the uncleanliness of man, whatsoever uncleanliness it shall be, that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatsoever it be, that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he hath sinned in that thing, and he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh for his sin which he hath sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats, for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if it be not able to bring a lamb, he shall bring for his trespass which he hath committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons unto Yahweh, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and bring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner, and the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin, which he hath sinned, and it shall be forgiven to him. But if it be not able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take a handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yah. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest as a meat offering. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, if a soul commits a trespass and sin through ignorance, in the holy things of Yahweh, then he shall bring for his trespass unto Yahweh a ram without blemish out of the flocks, without estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. He shall make an amends for the harm that he hath done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereunto, and give it to the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass, and shall be forgiven to him. And if a soul sin and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of Yahweh, though he risked it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock with thy estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred and wist it not, and it shall be forgiven to him. It is a trespass offering. He hath certainly trespassed against Yahweh. Chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, if a soul sin and commit a trespass against Yahweh, and lie unto his neighbor in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or have deceived his neighbor, or have found that which was lost, and lieth concerning it, and sweareth falsely in any of these things that a man doeth sinning therein, then it shall be because he hath sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, or the thing which he had deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered to him to keep, or the lost thing which he found. All that about which he hath sworn falsely, he shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the 5th part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it appertaineth in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, a ram without blemish, out of the flock, with thy estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement before him, before Yahweh. and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he hath done in trespassing therein. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Command Aaron and his son, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put on upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire hath consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out, and the priest shall burn wood upon it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it. And he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out. And he shall take of it a handful, and this is the law of the meat offering of the sons of Aharon, shall offer it before Yahweh, before the altar. And he shall take his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil, and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even a memorial of it unto Yahweh. And the remainder thereof shall Aharon and his sons eat. With unleavened bread shall it be eaten in the holy place. In the court of the tabernacle of the congregation they shall eat it. It shall be baked with leaven. I have given it to them for their portion of my offerings made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering and as the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aharon shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations concerning the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. Everyone that touches them shall be holy. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, This is the offering of Aharon and his sons, which they shall offer unto Yahweh in the day wherein he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil. And when it is baked, thou shalt bring it in. And the baked pieces of the meat offering shalt thou offer for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest of his sons that is anointed in his stead shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto Yahweh. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aharon and his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before Yahweh. It is most holy. The priest that offers it for a sin offering shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten. In the court of the tabernacle of the congregation, whatever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, you shall wash that on which it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it is boiled shall be broken. And if it is boiled in a brazen pot, then it shall be both scored and rinsed with water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy, and no sin offering whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the congregation to reconcile therewith in the holy place shall be eaten. It shall be burnt in the fire. Chapter 7. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. Likewise, this is the law of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering. And the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys. It shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in a holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one law for them. The priest that maketh atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offereth any man's burnt offering, even the priest, shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he hath offered, and all the meat offering that is baked in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan, and in the pan shall be the priest that offereth it. And every meat offering mingled with oil and dry shall all the sons of Aaron have, one as much as another. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahweh. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes, mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers, anointed with oil, and cakes, mingled with oil, of fine flour, fried, besides the cakes. He shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto Yahweh. And it should be the priest that sprinkle the blood of the peace offerings, and the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. And on the morning also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day, it should not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offered it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eateth of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing should not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. But the soul that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto Yahweh, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dieth of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beasts may be used in any other use. But ye shall not in no wise eat of it. For whosoever eateth of the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, even that soul that eateth it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whosoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, He that offereth the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto Yahweh shall bring his oblation unto Yahweh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hands shall bring the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. The fat with the breast of it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before Yahweh. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons. And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for an heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron that offereth the blood of the peace offerings, and the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Israel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them unto Aaron the priest and unto his sons by a statute forever from among the children of Israel. This is the portion of the anointing of Aaron and of the anointing of his sons out of the offering of Yahweh made by fire in the day when he presented them to minister unto Yahweh in the priest's office, which Yahweh commanded to be given them of the children of Israel in the day that he anointed them by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the law of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which Yahweh commanded Moses in Mount Sinai in the day that he commanded the children of Israel to offer the oblations unto Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. Leviticus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and the 2 rams, and a basket of unleavened bread, and gather thou all the congregation together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses did as Yahweh commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses said unto the congregation, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded to be done. And Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the girdle, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him. And he girded him with the curious girdle of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Thummim. And he put the mitre upon his head, also upon the mitre, even upon his forefront. Did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was therein, and sacrificed them. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured upon the anointing oil upon Aaron's head, and anointed him to sanctify him. And Moses brought Aaron's son, and put coats upon them, and girded them with girdles, and put bonnets upon them, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And he brought the bullock for the sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering, and he slew it. And Moses took the blood and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his fingers, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it to make reconciliation upon it. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and Moses burned it upon the altar. But the bullock and his hide, his flesh and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about, and he cut the ram into pieces. And Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the fat, and he washed the inward parts and the legs in water. And Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moses took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aaron's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, upon the thumbs of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about, and he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and the right shoulder, and out of the basket of the unleavened bread that was before Yahweh, and took 1 unleavened cake, and a cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat, and upon the right shoulder. And he put all Aaron's hands, and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And Moses took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And Moses took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before Yahweh. For of the ram of consecration it was Moses' part, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And Moses took up the anointing oil and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aaron and his garments, and his sons garments with him. And Moses said unto Aaron and to his sons, boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the consecration, and there eat it with the bread, and it is the basket of consecrations as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons should eat it, and that which remained of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you, as he hath done this day, so Yahweh hath commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation day and night, 7 days, and keep the charge of Yahweh, that ye die not. For I am commanded. So Abram and his sons did all those things which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moses. Leviticus chapter 9. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. And he said unto Aaron, take thee a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering without blemish, and offer them before Yahweh. And unto the children of Israel thou shalt speak, saying, take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering, also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before Yahweh, and a meat offering mingled with oil, for today Yahweh will appear unto you. And they brought that which Moses commanded before the tabernacle of the congregation, and all the congregation drew near and stood before Yahweh. And Moses said, this is the thing which Yahweh commanded that ye should do, and the glory of Yahweh shall appear unto you. And Moses said unto Aaron, go unto the altar, and offer thy sin offering, and thy burnt offering, and make an atonement for thyself, and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as Yahweh commanded. Aaron therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was before himself. And the sons of Abram brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp. And he slew the burnt offering, and Aaron's son presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him with the pieces thereof and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering and the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering of the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar, beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aaron's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about, and the fat of the bullock, and the ram, the rump, and that which covered the inward parts, and the kidneys, and the caul of the liver. And they put the fat upon the breast, and he burnt the fat upon the altar, and the breast, and the right shoulder Aaron waved for a wave offering before Yahweh, as Moses commanded. And Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering, and burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation, and came out and blessed the people. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the people, and there came a fire out from before Yahweh, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces. Hallelujah. Leviticus chapter 10.
Hallelujah. Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aharon, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered the strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moshe said to Aharon, This is that which Yahweh spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come near me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aharon held his peace. And Moshe called Mishael and Elazaphan, the sons of Uziel, and the uncle of Aharon, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses said. And Moses said to Aharon and to Eleazar and to Ithamar his sons, Uncover not your heads, neither tear your clothes, lest ye die, unless the wrath comes upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which Yahweh has kindled. And you shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of Yahweh is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, saying, Do not drink the wine nor strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, and that you may put difference between holy and unholy, and between clean and unclean, and that you may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which Yahweh has spoken to them by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe spoke to Aharon and Eleazar and to Ithamar, his sons that were left. Take the meat offering that remains in the offering of Yahweh, made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar. For it is most holy, and you shall eat it in a holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, of the sacrifices of Yahweh made by fire, for so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heaved shoulder shall you eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are your due, and your sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Israel. The heaved shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by statute forever, as Yahweh has commanded, as Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt, and he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar. The sons of Aharon were left alive, saying, Why have you not eaten the sin offering in a holy place, seeing it is most holy, and Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make an atonement for them before Yahweh? Behold, the blood of it was not brought within the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aharon said unto Moshe, Behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before Yahweh. And such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should I have been accepted in the sight of Yahweh? And when Moses heard that, he was content. Hallelujah. Chapter 11.
Chapter 11. And Yahweh spake unto Moshe and Aaron, saying to them, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth, whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven-footed, and that cheweth of the cud among all the beasts that shall ye eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or them that divide the hoof, as the camel. But because he cheweth the cud, but not divide not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean to you. And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the cud, he is unclean to you. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be club-footed, yet he cheweth the cud, not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. They are unclean to you. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers. Them shall ye eat, and all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters. They shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even abomination unto you. Yea, and ye shall not eat their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses an abomination, whatsoever have no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle, and the ostrich, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the grey eel, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat, and all the fowls that creepeth, going upon all four, shall be an abomination unto you. Yet these may we eat of every flying creeping thing that goeth upon all four, which have legs above their feet, to leap with how all upon the earth. Even these of them ye may eat: the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever toucheth the carcass of them shall be unclean until the even. And whosoever beareth out of all the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. And the carcasses of every beast which divideth the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, which nor cheweth the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one of that toucheth them shall be unclean. And whosoever goeth upon his paws among all the manner of the beasts, and go on all four, which are unclean unto you, whosoever toucheth the carcase shall be unclean until the even. He that beareth the carcase of them shall wash his clothes, and shall be unclean until the even. They are unclean unto you. They also shall be unclean until you. Among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel, the mouse, the tortoise after his kind, and the ferret, and the camel, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole, these are unclean among that creepeth. Whosoever touch them, when they be dead, shall be unclean until the even. And upon whosoever any of them that when they are dead do it fall, and it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood, raiment, or skin, sack, whosoever vessel be wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean to the even. So it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel whereinto any of them falleth, whosoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it of all the meat which may be eaten, on which such water cometh, shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every such vessel shall be unclean, and everything whereupon any part of their carcass falleth shall be unclean, whether it be oven or ranges or pots, they shall be broken down. They are unclean. Oven, ranges, pots, they shall be broken down. They are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. Nevertheless, a water, a fountain, or pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean. But which toucheth their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass shall fall upon, or carcass fall upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water puts upon the seed, and any part of their carcass shall fall thereof, it shall be unclean unto you. Sorry not. And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the even. And he that eateth of the carcass shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. He also that beareth the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth shall be an abomination.
And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goeth upon the belly, and whatsoever goeth upon all four, or whatsoever hath more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them ye shall not eat, for they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creepeth, neither shall ye make yourselves unclean with them that ye should be defiled thereby. For I am Yahweh your Elohim. Ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourselves with any manner of creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. For I am Yahweh that bringeth you up out of the land of Egypt, to be your Elohim. Ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the law of the beast, and of the fowl, of every living creature that moveth in the waters, and of every creature that creepeth upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten. Hallelujah. Chapter 12.
Leviticus 12. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, A woman hath conceived seed, and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the day of the separation for her infirmity, shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days. She shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. When she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, and her as her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifier 66 days. And when the days of her purifier are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin of offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, who shall offer it before Yahweh, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that hath born a male or a female, and she be not able to bring a lamb. And she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her. She shall be clean. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. The house of Israel of Jackson, Mississippi. Leviticus, the 13th chapter. And Yah spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, when a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto Aaron the priest, and unto one of his sons the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague in the skin of the flesh. And when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy. And the priest shall look upon him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in the sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days, and the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more, and the priest shall look on him again the 7th day, and behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he has been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreadeth in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall see him, and behold, if the rising be white in the skin, and it have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising, and it is old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that has the plague, for his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looketh, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. It is all turned white. He is clean. But when raw flesh appear in him, he shall be unclean, and the priest shall see the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean. It is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest, and the priest shall see him. And behold, if the plague be turned into white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. He is clean. the flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. And in the plague of the boil there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white or somewhat reddish, and it be shown to the priest. And if when the priest seeth, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy, broken out of the boils. But if the priest look upon it, and behold, there be a white hairs therein, or if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in his place and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burneth have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy, broken out of the burning. Wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest look upon it, and behold, there be a white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. And if the priest's spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but is somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in the sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry scab, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. And if the priest look upon the plague of the scald, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there be no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague of the scald 7 days. And on the 7th day, the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the scald spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the scald be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaved, but the scald shall not, he shall not save, and the priest shall shut him up that has the scald 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the scald, and behold, if the scald be not spread in the skin, nor be in the sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scald spread much in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the scald be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair. He is clean, he is unclean. But if the scald be in his sight at a state, and that there is black hair grown up therein, the scald is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spots in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckle spot that groweth in the skin, he is clean. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet he is clean. And he that has hair fallen off from the part of his head toward his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in the bald head or his bald forehead, as the leprosy appeareth in the skin of the flesh, he is a leprous man. He is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is in his head, and the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him, he shall be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone without the camp, shall his habitation be. The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be a warp or a woof of linen, or woolen, whether in a skin or in anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut it up that has the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. And if the plague be spread in the garment, even in the warp or in the woof, or in a skin, or in any work that is made of skin, the plague is a fretting leprosy. It is unclean. He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in a woolen or linen, or anything of skin wherein the plague is, for it is a fretting leprosy. It shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look, and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on the plague. After that it is washed. And behold, if the plague have not changed his color, or the plague be not spread, it is unclean. Thou shalt burn it in the fire. It is fret inward, whether it be bare within or without. And if the priest look, and behold, the plague is somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rent it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it appear still in the garment, either of the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague. Thou shalt burn that wherein the plague is with fire. And the garment, either warp or woof, or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which thou shalt wash. If the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the 2nd time, and shall be clean. This is the law of the plague of leprosy, and a garment, or woolen or linen, either of the wolf or the wolf, or anything of skin, to pronounce it clean and pronounce it unclean.
Shabbat Shalom. Leviticus 14. Yah spoke to Moshe, saying, this should be a ritual for a leper at the time of being purified. When it has been reported to the priest, the priest shall go outside the camp. If the priest shall see the leopard has been healed of the scaly affection, the priest shall order 2 live pure birds, cedar wood, crimson stuff, and hyssop to be brought for the one to be purified. The priest shall order one of the birds slaughtered over fresh water in the earthen vessel, and he shall take the live bird along with the cedar wood, the crimson stuff, and the hyssop, and dip them together with the live bird in the blood of the bird that was slaughtered over the fresh water. He shall then sprinkle it 7 times on the one to be purified of the eruption and effect the purification. And he shall set the live bird free in the open country. The one to be purified shall wash those clothes, shave off all hair, and bathe in water, and then shall be pure. After that, the camp may be entered, but one must remain outside one's tent 7 days. On the 7th day, all hair shall be shaved off the head, beard, if any, and eyebrows. Having shaved off all hair, the person shall wash those clothes and bathe the body in water, and then shall be pure. On the 8th day, that person shall take 2 male lambs without blemish, 1 ewe lamb in the first year without blemish, 3/10 of a measure of choice flour with oil mixed in for a meal offering, and 1 log of oil. These shall be presented before Yah with the party to be purified at the entrance of the tent of the meeting by the priest who performs the purification. The priest shall take 1 of the male lambs and offer it with the log of oil as a guilt offering, and he shall elevate them as an elevation offering before Yah. The lamb shall be slaughtered at the spot in the sacred area where the sin offering and the burnt offering are slaughtered. For the guilt offering, like the sin offering, goes to the priest. It's most holy. The priest shall take some of the blood of the guilt offering, and the priest shall put it on the ridge of the right ear of the one who is being purified, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot. The priest shall then take some of the log of oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in the palm of his left hand, and shall sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before Yah. Some of the oil left in his palm shall be put on the priest on the ridge of the right ear of the one being purified, on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot, over the blood of the guilt offering. The rest of the oil in his palm the priest shall put on the head of the one being purified. Thus the priest shall make expiation for the person before Yah. The priest shall then offer the sin offering and make expiation for the one being purified of defilement. Last, the burnt offering shall be slaughtered. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meal offering on the altar. The priest shall make expiation for that person, who shall then be pure. If, however, one is poor and without sufficient means, that person shall take 1 male lamb for a guilt offering to be elevated in expiation, 1/10 of a measure of choice flour with oil mixed in for a meal offering, and a log of oil. And 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, depending on that person's means, the one to be the sin offering, and the other to be burnt offering. On the 8th day of purification, the person shall bring them to the priest at the entrance of the tent of the meeting before Yah. The priest shall take the lamb of guilt offering and the log of oil and elevate them as elevation offering before Yah. When the lamb of guilt offering has been slaughtered, the priest shall then take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the ridge of the right ear of the one being purified, on the thumb of the right hand, and the big toe of the right foot. The priest shall then pour some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and with the fingers of his right hand, the priest shall sprinkle some of the oil that is in the palm of his left hand 7 times before Yah. Some of the oil in his palm shall be put by the priest on the ridge of the ear of the one being purified, on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot, over the same place as the blood of the guilt offering. And what is left of the oil in his palm, the priest shall put on the head of the one that is being purified, to make expiation for that person before Yah. That person shall then offer one of the turtle doves or pigeons, depending on the person's means. Whichever that person can afford, the one as sin offering and the other as burnt offering, together with the meal offering. Thus the priest shall make expiation before Yah for the one being purified. Such is the ritual for one who has a scaly affection and whose means for purifications are limited. Yah spoke to Moshe and Aharon, saying, when you enter the land of Canaan that I give you as possession, and I inflict an abrupt plague upon the house in the land you possess, the owner of the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, something like a plague has appeared upon my house. The priest shall order the house cleared before the priest enters to examine the plague, so that nothing in the house may become impure after the priest shall enter and examine the house. If when he examines the plague in the walls of the house is found to consist of greenish or reddish streaks that appear to go deep into the walls, the priest shall come out of the house to the entrance of the house and close up the house for 7 days. On the 7th day, the priest shall return. If he sees the plague has spread on the walls of the house, the priest shall order the stones with the plague in them to be pulled out and cast outside the city into an impure place. The house shall be scraped inside all around, and the coating that is scraped off shall be dumped outside the city in an impure place. They shall take other stones and replace them stones with them, and take other coating and plaster the house. If the plague again break out in this house after the stones have been pulled out, and after the house has been scraped and replastered, the priest shall come to examine if the plague has spread in the house. If it is malignant eruption in the house, it is impure. The house shall be torn down, its stones and timber, and all the coating of the house, and taken to an impure place outside the city. Whoever enters the house while it is closed up shall be impure until the evening. Whoever sleeps in the house must wash those clothes, and whoever eats in the house must wash those clothes. If, however, the priest comes and sees the plague has not spread in the house after the house was replastered, the priest shall pronounce the house pure, for the plague has healed. To purge the house, he shall take 2 birds, cedar wood, crimson stuff, and hyssop. He shall slaughter the one bird over fresh water in an earthen vessel. He shall take the cedar wood, the hyssop, the crimson stuff, and the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the slaughtered bird and the fresh water, and sprinkle on the house 7 times. Having purged the house with the blood of the bird, the fresh water, the live bird, the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the crimson stuff, he shall set the live bird free outside the city in an open country. Thus he shall make expiation for the house, and it shall be pure. Such is the ritual for every eruptive affection, for scalds, for an eruption on the cloth of a house, for an eruption on a cloth or a house, for swelling, for rashes, or for discolorations, to determine when they are impure and when they are pure. Such is the rituals concerning eruptions. Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. Leviticus chapter 15. And Yah spake unto Moshe and to Aharon, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanliness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue, it is uncleanliness. Every bed whereon he lieth, that hath the issue, is unclean, and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that hath the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that toucheth the flesh of him that hath the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he that hath the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And what saddle soever he rideth upon that hath the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whomsoever he toucheth that hath the issue, and hath not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of the earth that he toucheth, which hath the issue, shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he that hath an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and come before Yah unto the door of the tabernacle and of the congregation, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yah for his issue. And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. The woman also with whom the man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days. And whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that she lieth upon in her separation shall be unclean. Everything also that she sitteth upon shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whosoever toucheth anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if it be on her bed, or on anything whereon she sitteth, when he toucheth it, he shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lieth shall be unclean. And if a woman hath an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness, she shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. Every bed whereon she lieth, all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation. And whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, and the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever toucheth those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be unclean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before Yah for the issue of her uncleanliness. Thus shall you separate the children of Israel from the uncleanliness, that they die not in their uncleanliness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law of him that hath an issue, and of him whose seed goeth forth from him, and is defiled therewith, and of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that hath issue of the woman, and of the woman, of the man, and of the woman, and of him that lieth with her that is unclean. Hallelujah. Leviticus 6, chapter 16. And Yah spake unto Moshe after the death of the 2 sons of Aharon, when they offered before Yah and died. And Yah said unto Moses, Speak unto Aharon thy brother, that they come not at all times into the holy place when the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aharon come into the holy place with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen girdle, and with a linen mitre shall he be attired. These are all holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take on the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aharon shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before Yah at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aharon shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for Yah, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aharon shall bring the goat upon which Yah's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before Yah, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. And Aharon shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before Yah, and his hands full of sweet incense, beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before Yah, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with the blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions and all their sins. So shall he do for the tabernacle of the congregation that remaineth among them in the midst of their uncleanliness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation when he goeth in to make an atonement in the holy place, until he come out and have made an atonement for himself and for his household and for all the congregation of Israel. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before Yah, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And when he hath made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the congregation, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aharon shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goats, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions, and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities, until a land not inhabited. And he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aharon shall come into the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall put off the linen garments which he had put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And when he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people, and the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he shall let go the goat for the scapegoat, shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp. And they shall burn in the fire their skins, and their flesh, and their dung. And he that burneth them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be of your own whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourneth among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before Yah. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation, and for the altar. And he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel, for all their sins once a year. And he did as Yah commanded Moshe. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom. Praise Yah. Leviticus, the 17th chapter. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which Yah hath commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto Yah before the tabernacle of Yah, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto Yah, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto Yah. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of Yah at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto Yah. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And thou shalt say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offereth a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto Yah, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunteth or catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. And every soul that eateth that which dieth of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be of one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. Chapter 18. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am Yah, your Elohim. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall you walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and keep mine ordinance to walk therein. I am Yah, your Elohim. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am Yah. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am Yah. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shall thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife shall thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswomen. It is wickedness. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, besides the other in her lifetime. Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, to defile thyself with her. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to the deity, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy Elohim. I am Yah. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you, and the land is defiled. Therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomited out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yah, your Elohim.
Leviticus chapter 19. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I am Yah, your Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear any man, his mother, and his father, and keep my Sabbaths, and I am Yah, your Elohim. Turn ye not into idols, nor make to yourselves molten idols. I am Yah, your Elohim. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace, offering unto Yah, ye shall offer it at your own risk, at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow, if ye ought remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of Yah, and thy soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of the vineyard, and thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Yah, your Elohim. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of Yah. I am Yah the Elohim. Thou shalt not defraud the neighbor, nor rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not curse to death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy Elohim. I am Yah the Elohim. Ye shall do no unrighteous in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness thou shalt judge the neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am Yah your Elohim. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. And thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yah your Elohim. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let the cattle gender with the diverse kind, nor shall not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingle of linen and woolen come upon thee. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not to all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. Thou shalt not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yah, and to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Yah his sin which he hath done. And the sin which he hath done shall be forgiven of him. Yeah. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manners of trees for food, they shall count the fruit thereof, as uncircumcised 3 years, shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, and it shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year of the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise Yah the Elohim withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto the increase thereof. I am Yah your Elohim. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use the enchantment, nor observe times. Ye shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard. Ye shall not make the cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks unto you. I am Yah your Elohim. Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a harlot, lest the land fall for whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Ye shall keep the Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yah your Elohim. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them. I am Yah your Elohim. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man, and that fear Yah. I am Yah your Elohim. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your hand, ye shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am Yah your Elohim. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in mediard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am Yah your Elohim, which I brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am Yah your Elohim. Chapter 20. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Again thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto the deity, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones, and I will set my face against the man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto the deity, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he giveth up his seed unto the deity, and kill him not, then I will set my face against the man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a whoring after him, to commit whoredom with the deity from among their people. And the soul that turneth after such as the familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be holy unto thee, for I am Yah your Elohim. And ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am Yah which sanctify you. For everyone that curseth his father in the month shall be surely put to death. He hath cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, and the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man that lieth with his father's wife have uncovered his father's nakedness, both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion, their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, and he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no more wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and he shall slay the beast, and ye shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman. And the beast, they shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with the woman, having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he hath discovered her fountain, and he hath uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor for thy father's sister, for he uncovereth his near kin, they shall bear the iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he shall be uncovered his uncle's nakedness, they shall bear their sin, they shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. Ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, and that the land whither I bring you to dwell therein, spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manners of the nation, which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. And I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. I am Yah your Elohim, which has separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast or by fowl, or any matter of living thing that creepeth on the ground, which I separated from you as an unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yah the Elohim, am holy, and have severed you from other people, and that ye shall be mine. A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, and their blood shall be upon them.
Leviticus 21. And Yah spake unto Moses, Speak unto the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin that is nigh to him, which had no husband, for her may he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy unto their Elohim, and not profane the name of their Elohim, for the offerings of Yah made by fire, and the bread of their Elohim they do offer, therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a wife that is a harlot, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy unto his Elohim. That thou shalt sanctify him therefore, for he offered the bread of thy Elohim, he shall be holy unto thee. For I, Yah, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the harlot, she profaneth her father, she shall be burnt with fire. And he that is the high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head, nor rend his clothes, neither shall he go into any dead body, nor defile himself before his father or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his Elohim, for the crown of the anointing oil of his Elohim is upon them. I am Yah. And he shall take a wife in her virginity, a widow, or a divorced woman, or profane, or an harlot, these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to wife. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, Yah, do sanctify him. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, saying, Whosoever he be of thy seed in their generations that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his Elohim. For whatsoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man, or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed or broken-handed, or crookback, or a dwarf, or that hath a blemish in his eye, or any scurvy or scab, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come nigh to offer the offerings of Yah made by fire. He hath a blemish, he shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his Elohim. He shall eat the bread of his Elohim, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he hath a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, Yah, do sanctify them. And Moses told it unto Aaron, and to his sons, and unto the children of Israel. Leviticus 22. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow unto me. I am Yah. Say unto them, Whosoever he be of all your seed among the generations that goeth unto the holy things which the children of Israel hallow unto Yah, having his uncleanness upon them, that soul shall be cut off from among my presence. I am Yah. And what man soever of the seed of Aaron is a leper, or hath a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goeth from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he have, the soul which hath touched any such shall be unclean until even, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dieth of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat to defile himself therewith. I am Yah. They shall therefore keep mine ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die thereof. If they profane it, I Yah do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing, a sojourner of the priest or a hired servant shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married unto a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced, or have no child, and is returned to her father's house as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof unto it, and shall give it unto the priest with the holy thing. And they shall they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer unto Yah, or suffer them to bear the iniquity of the trespass, which they when they eat their holy things. For I Yah do sanctify them. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers in Israel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his free will offerings, which they will offer unto Yah for a burnt offering, you shall offer at your own will a male without blemish of the beeves, of the sheep, or of the goats. But whatsoever hath a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offereth the sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yah to accomplish his vow, or a free will offering in beeves or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted, there shall be no blemish therein. Blind or broken, or maimed, or having a wind, or scurvy, or scab, ye shall not offer these unto Yah, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto Yah. Either a bullock or a lamb that hath anything superfluous or lacking in his parts, that mayest thou offer thou a free will offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. You shall not offer unto Yah that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut, neither shall you make any offering thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them, that shall not be accepted for you. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, When a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire unto Yah. And whether it be a cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it and her young both in 1 day. And when ye offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving unto Yah, offer it at your own will. On the same day it shall be eaten up, ye shall leave none of it until the morrow. I am Yah. Therefore ye shall keep my commandments and do them. I am Yah. Neither shall you profane my holy name, but I will be hollow among the children of Israel. I am Yah, which hallow you, that brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your Elohim. I am Yah.
Leviticus chapter 23. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, Concerning the feasts of Yah, which ye shall proclaim to be the holy convocations, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7 days the Sabbath of rest, and holy convocation. You shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yah in all the dwellings. These are the feasts of Yah, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month at even is Yah's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto Yah. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. In the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yah 7 days. And the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When you become into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest, or he shall wave the sheaf before Yah to be accepted for you on the morrow after the Sabbath. The priest shall wave it, and ye shall offer the day when ye wave the sheaf of an he lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto Yah. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yah for a sweet savor, and the drink offering therefore shall be of wine, the fourth part of an hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto Yah. You shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. There shall be bacon with leaven. They are the first fruits of Yah. And you shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto Yah, with their meat offerings and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yah. Then you shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Yah. With the 2 lambs they shall be holy to Yah for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day that it may be a holy convocation unto you. You shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest, neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am Yah your Elohim. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, of a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yah. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto Yah. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before Yah your Elohim. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in the same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at even. From even unto even shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th month shall be the feast of tabernacles, for 7 days unto Yah. On the first day shall be a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer offering made by fire unto Yah. On the 8th day shall be a holy convocation unto you, and you shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yah. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of Yah, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yah, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon this day. Beside the Sabbaths of Yah, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your free will offerings, which you give unto Yah. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto Yah 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And you shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palms, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before Yah your Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yah 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths, that your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths, when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Yah your Elohim. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of Yah. Chapter 24. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually, without the veil of the testimony. In the tabernacle of the congregation shall Aaron order it from the evening unto the morning before Yah continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. He shall order the lamps upon the pure candlestick before Yah continually. And thou shalt take fine flour and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2/10 deals shall be in one cake. And thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before Yah. And thou shalt put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for memorial, even an offering made by fire unto Yah. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before Yah continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of Yah made by fire by a perpetual state. And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of Yah and cursed. And they brought him unto Moses, and his mother's name was Shelemith, the daughter of Debri of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in ward that the mind of Yah might be showed them. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Bring forth him that hath cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation stone him. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Whoever curseth Elohim shall bear his sin, and he that blasphemeth the name of Yah, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger as he that is born in the land. When he blasphemeth the name of Yah, shall be put to death. And he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death, and he that killeth a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he hath done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he hath caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that killeth the beast, he shall restore it, and he that killeth a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger as as for one of your own country, for I am Yah your Elohim. And Moses spake to the children of Israel that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp and stone him with stones. And the children of Israel did as Yah commanded Moses.
Praise Yah. Leviticus chapter 25. And Yah spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I gave you, then shall the land keep a SHABBAT unto Yah. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field. 6 years shalt thou sow thy field, and in 6 years thou shalt prune the vineyard and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a SHABBAT of rest unto the land, a SHABBAT of Yah. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard, that which groweth of its own accord. Thy harvest thou shalt not reap, neither gather the grapes of thy wine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the SHABBAT of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy stranger that sojourneth with thee, and for thy cattle, and for thy beasts that are in the land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years. And thou shalt cause the trumpet of Jubilee to sound, and on the 10th day of the 7th month, in the day of atonement, shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the lands unto the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed. For it is jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. You shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of this jubilee, ye shall return every man unto his possession. And if thou sell out unto thy neighbor, or buyest out or thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of the years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according to the number of years of the fruits, he shall sell unto thee. According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits doth he sell unto thee. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear Yah. Thou shalt fear thy Elohim, for I am Yah, thy Elohim. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety, and the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your field and dwell therein in safety. And if ye shall say, What shall we eat in the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in our increase. Then I will command the blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year, until her fruits come, and ye shall eat of the eat of the old store. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the land for your possessions ye shall grant redemption for the land. If thy brother be waxen poor and has sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if the man have none to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man to whom he sold it, that he may return unto his possession. But if ye be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that hath brought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year within it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of the full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that brought it throughout his generations, and it shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages which have no wall around about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the Levites and the houses of the cities of their possessions may the Levites redeem at any time. And if a man purchase of the Levites, then the house that was sold and the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possessions among the children of Israel, verse 34, but the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if thy brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with thee, then shalt thou relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Take thou no usury of him or increase, but fear thy Elohim, that thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him thy money upon usury, neither lend him thy victuals for increase. I am Yah, your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your Elohim. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as a bondman. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shalt fear thy Elohim. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you, and of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, but over your brethren, the children of Israel, you should not rule one over another with vigor. And if a sojourner or a stranger wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger, or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of thy stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him, either his uncle or his uncle's sons, excuse me, may redeem him, or any that is nigh of kin unto him of his family may redeem him, or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that brought him from the year that was sold to him unto the year of Jubilee, and the price of his sale shall be according unto the number of years, according to thine of an hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according to them, he shall be given the price of his redemption out of the money that he was brought for. And if there remain but a few years until the year of Jubilee, then shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in thy sight. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me the children of Israel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am Yah, your Elohim. Chapter 26. Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven images, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am Yah, your Elohim. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yah. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. I will give peace in thy land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. I will rid evil beasts out of thy land, neither shall the sword go through your land. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. I am Yah, your Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you go upright. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies, that they that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins, and I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass, and your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield her fruits. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you, according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if you will not be reformed by me by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then I will also walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring the sword upon you, that ye shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat and not be satisfied. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then will I walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcass of your idols. And my soul shall abhor you, and I will make your cities waste, and I will bring your sanctuaries unto desolation, and I will not smell the savor of the sweet odors. And I will bring the land unto desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and I will draw out the sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lieth desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. As long as it lieth desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when ye dwelt upon it. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send in faintness into their hearts. I will send a faintness into their hearts in the land of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursue it. Verse 37, and they shall fall one upon another as it were before a sword, when none pursueth, and ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall ye eat up. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' land, and also in the iniquities of your fathers. In the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. Verse 40. If they shall confess their iniquities and the iniquity of their fathers, when they're with their trespass, which they trespassed against me, and they also they have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and I have brought them into the land of their enemies. If then their uncircumcised hearts be humble, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and will also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lieth desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, for I am Yah, their Elohim. But I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, in their sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yah. These are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yah made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe. Verse 27. And Yah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yah by the estimation, and thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of thy sanctuary. And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels, and it shall be from 5 years old even unto 20 years old. Then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of thy male 5 shekels of silver, and for thy female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for thy female 10 shekels. But if he be poor, then thy estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vow shall the priest value him. And if it be a beast whereof men bring an offering unto Yah, all that any man giveth of such unto Yah shall be holy. He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all change the beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. Verse 11. And if it be any unclean beast, of which they do not offer sacrifice unto Yah, then he shall present the beast before the priest, and the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as thou valuest it, which art the priest, so shall it be. But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a 5th part thereof unto thy estimation. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto Yah, when the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad, as the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. And if he that sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of thy estimation unto it, and it shall be this. Verse 16. And if a man shall sanctify unto Yah some part of a field of his possession, then thy estimation shall be according to the seed thereof. An omer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he sanctify his field from the year of Jubilee according to thy estimation, it shall stand. But if he sanctify his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years that remain, even unto the year of Jubilee, and it shall be abated from thy estimation. And if he that sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of thy estimation unto it, and it shall be assured to him. And if he would not redeem the field, or if had sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed anymore. But the field, when it goeth out in Jubilee, shall be holy unto Yah as a field devoted. The possession thereof shall be the priest. And if any man sanctify unto Yah a field which he hath brought, which is not of the fields of his possession, then the priest shall reckon upon him the worth of thy estimation, even unto the year of Jubilee, and he shall give thine estimation in that day as a holy thing unto Yah. In the year of Jubilee, the field shall return unto him of whom it was brought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. And all thy estimation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Verse 26. Only the firstlings of the beast, which shall be Yah's firstling, no man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep, it is Yah's. And if it be of an unclean beast, then he shall redeem it according to thine estimation, and shall add fifth part of it thereto. Or if it be not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to thy estimation. Notwithstanding, no devoted thing that man shall devote unto Yah of all that he hath, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy unto Yah. None devoted which shall be devoted of men shall be redeemed, but surely be put to death. Verse 30. And of all thy tithe of thy land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree is Yah's. It is holy unto Yah. And if a man will at all redeem out of his tithe, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. And concerning the tithe, herd or flock, even whatsoever passeth under the rod, the tenth shall be holy unto Yah. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. These are the commandments which Yah commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Praise the mighty Yah. Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous. Yah is holy. And let Yahweh be magnified. Praise the mighty Yah. We're in the book of Numbers, chapter 1.
Bamidbar. We're in Numbers, the first chapter. And Yahweh spoken to Moses and to the And Yahweh spoken to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai and the tabernacle of the congregation on the first day of the second month in the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, take ye out of the son of the congregation for the children of Israel after their families by the house of their fathers with the numbers of their names, every male by their poles, for 20 years old and upward, all that are to go forth toward Israel. Thou and Aaron shall number thee by their arm. And with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of his fathers. And these are the names of the men that shall stand with you. Of the tribe of Reuben, Elizur, the son of Shador. Of Simeon, Shalimeon, the son of Zorashadash. Of Yehuda, Nashon, the son of Amadah. Of Issachar, Abianiel, the son of Zuor. Of Zebulun, Elab, the son of Helon. The children of Joseph, Ephraim, Elishama, son of Amahad. Of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. Of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideon. Of Dani, Asher, the son of Amishadai. Of Asher, Agil, the son of Arkan. Of God, Esau, the son of Duel. Of Naphtali, Aharah, the son of Enon. These were the renown of the congregations of the tribes of their fathers, heirs of thousands of Israel. And Moses and Aaron took these men which are expressed by their names, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared the pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and upward by their poles. And Yahweh commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Israel's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the numbers, by their poles, every male from 20 years old and upward, and all that are able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500 of the children of Simeon by their generations after their families, by the house of their fathers, that were numbered of them, according to the number of their names, by their poles, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even the tribe of Simeon, were 59,300 of the children of God by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of God, were 45,650. The children of Yehuda, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their father, according to the number of the names, for 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even the tribe of Yehuda, were 14,600. Of the children of Issachar, by their generation, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, for 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Issachar, were 50,400. Of the children of Zebulun, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, and all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. Of the children of Joseph, especially of the children of Ephraim, by their generations and their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, from 20 years old and upward, their names. and 20 years and upward were they able to go forth to war. 33rd verse. Those that were numbered of them, even the tribes of Ephraim, were 40,500. And of the children of Messiah, by their generation of their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go to war. Those that were numbered of them, even the tribe of Manasseh, were 30 and 2,200. And of the children of Benjamin, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upward, on all that were able to go through the war. Those that were numbered of them, even the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. And of the children of Dan, by their generation, after their family, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those were of the number of them, even the tribe of Dan, 4 and 2,700. And of the children of Asher, by their generation, after their family, by the house of their father, according to the number of their names, were 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go to forth to war. And those that were numbered of them, even the tribe of Asher, 41,500. And of the children of Naphtali, throughout their generation, after their family, by the house of their fathers, according to the names, 20 years old and over, all that were able to go forth to war. Those were numbered of them, even the tribe of Naphtali, were 3,400. These those that are numbered with Moses and Aaron, numbered the princes of Israel, being 12 men, each one for their house of their father. So were all those that were numbered, the children of Israel, of the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and over, all that were able to go forth to war in Israel. 46th verse. Even all that were numbered, 600,000, 3,550. But the Levites, after their tribe and their fathers, were not numbered among them. But Yahweh has spoken, Moses saying, only thou not number the tribe of Levi, neither take the stem of them among the children of Israel. Thou shall appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, over all the vessels wherein, and all over all things that belong to it. They shall bear the tabernacle, and all the vessels thereof, they shall minister unto it, and shall encamp round about the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle sitteth forward, the Levites shall take it down. The tabernacle is to be pitched. The Levites shall set it up, and the stranger that cometh high shall be put to death. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tent, every man for his own camp, every man by his own standard, throughout the host. And Levites shall pitch round about the tabernacle of the testimony, that was there no wrath upon the congregation of the children of Israel. And the Levites shall keep the charge of the tabernacle of the testimony. The children of Israel did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So did he. We're in the book of Numbers, the second chapter. I'm going to start reading at the very first verse. And Yahweh spoke to Moses and to Aaron, and every man of the children of Israel pitch his own standard with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch. And on the east side, toward the listing of the sun, shall they eat of the tabernacle of the camp, Yehuda, pitch throughout their armies. And Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, shall be captain of the children of Yehuda. In this host, those that were numbered of them, 14,600. Those that do pitch next unto him shall be of the tribe of Issachar. And that Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, shall be captain of the children of Issachar. His host, those that were numbered thereof, were 54,400. Now the tribe of Zebulun, Eli, the son of Elon, shall be the captain of the children of Zebulun. His host that were numbered, 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Yehuda were 100,000, fourscore thousand, 6,400 throughout their armies. There shall be the first set forth. And on the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies, and the captains of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur, son of Shemidor, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. Those which pinched by him shall be the tribes of Simeon, and the captain of the children of Simeon shall be Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai, as the host. There were numbered of them 59,300. The tribe of God, captain of the sons of God, shall be Elisah, son of Reuel, and his host. Those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuel were 100,050 and 1,450 throughout the armies, and they shall set forth in the second rank. In the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camp, and they encamp. So shall they set forth every man in his place by their standards. In the 18th verse. And on the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies, at the captain of the son of Ephraim shall be Elishama, son of Ammihud, and his host. Those that were numbered of them were 40,500. By him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, and the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Bahazor, and the host. And there were numbered of them 32,200. And the tribe of Benjamin, and the captain of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abedin, the son of Gideon, and his host. And those were numbered of them were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000, 8,000 on 100 throughout their armies, and they shall go forth in the third rank. And the standard of the camp of Dan shall be the north side of their armies. The captain of the children of Dan shall be Eliezer, the son of Ammihashadai, and his host. Those that were numbered of them were 62,700. And those that encamped by him shall be of the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Bagiel, the son of Ogon, his host, and those that were numbered of them were 41,500. And the tribe of Naphtali, the captain of the children of Naphtali, shall be Harah, son of Enan, and his host. Those that were numbered of them were 53,400. All they were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,000, 50, and 7,600, and they shall go to the hindmost with their standards. Now these which are the number of the children of Israel by the house of their father, all those that was numbered of the camps throughout the host, 600,000, 3,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the children of Israel did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward everyone after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Praise Yah. We are now in chapter 3. Now these also are the generation of Aaron and Moses in the day that Yahweh spoke with Moses in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron, the priest which anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Nadab, Abihu died before Yahweh when he offered strange fire before Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. They had no children, and Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in sight of Aaron and their father. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, "Bring the tribe of Levi near and present them before Aaron, the priest, that they may minister unto him. And they shall keep his charge in the charge of the whole congregation before the tabernacle of the congregation to do the service of the tabernacle. They shall keep all the instruments of the tabernacle of the congregation in the charge of the children of Israel to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall give the Levites unto Aaron and to his sons. They are wholly given to him out of the children of Israel. They shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall wait on their priest office, and the stranger coming name shall be put to death." And we're in the 3rd chapter, 11th verse. It speaks. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, "I, behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel, instead of the firstborn that opened the matrix among the children of Israel, before the Levites shall be mine. Because all the firstborn are mine. But on the day that I spoke the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I hallowed unto all the firstborn in Israel, both men and beasts. Mine shall they be. I am Yahweh." Yahweh spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, "The number of the children of Israel, the Levite, after the house of their fathers, by their families, every male 1 month old and upward shall be numbered." Moses numbered them according to the word of Yahweh as he was commanded. These are the sons of Levi by their names: Gershon, Kohath, Bariah. These are the names of the son of Gershon by their families: Levi and Shemael. And the sons of Kohath by his families: Aram and Izahar, Abram and Uziel. Sons of Moriah by their families: Mahali and Mushi. And these are the families of Levites according to the house of their father. Of Gershon was the family of the Levites, the family of the Shemites. These are the families of Gershonites. The 22nd chapter of verse. Those were numbered of them according to the number of all the males from 1 month old and upward, even those that were numbered of them were 7,500. The families of the Gershonites shall pitch behind the tabernacle in the west wall. The chief of the house of their fathers, the Gershonites, shall be Eliasaph, the son of Lael. The charge of the son of Gershon in the tabernacle of the congregation shall be the tabernacle, and the tent covered thereof, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, the hangings of the court, and the curtain of the door of the court, by the tabernacle, by the altar, round about, and the cords of it for all the service thereof. Kohath, where their family of the Amalekites, the family of the Zaharites, the family of the Hebronites, and their families of the Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites. The number of the males from 1 month old and upwards, 8,600, keeping the charge of the sanctuary. And the families of the sons of Kohath shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle of Sapphire, and the chief house of their fathers, of their families. The Kohathites shall be Elizaphan, the son of Uziel, and their charge shall be of the ark, and the table, and the candlesticks, and the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary wherein they minister, and the hanging, and all the service thereof. Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest shall be the chief over the chief of the Levites, and have the oversight of them that keep the charge of the sanctuary. And Merari was the family of the Mahalites and the families of the Mushites, and these are the families of Moriah. Those that were numbered of them according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward was 6,200. And the chief of the house of the fathers of their families, Moriah, was Uriel, the son of Abahali, and these shall pitch on the side of the tabernacles up northward. And under the custody and the charge of the sons of Moriah shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, the pillars thereof, the sockets thereof, and all the vessels thereof, and all that serve thereto. The pillars of the court round about their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, those that are camped before the tabernacle toward the east, even before the tabernacle of the congregation eastward, shall be Moses and Aaron and his sons, keeping the charge of the sanctuary, keeping the charge of the sanctuary for the charge of the children of Israel. And a stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. 39 verse. And all that were numbered of the Levites, which Moses and Aaron numbered at the commandments of Yahweh throughout their families, all the males from 1 month old and upward were 22,000. Yahweh said to Moses, number all the firstborns of the 1 month old and over, and take the number of their names. And thou shalt take the name of the Levites for me. I am Yahweh, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites, instead of all the first among all the cattle of the children of Israel. Moses numbered Yahweh and commanded him, and the firstborn among all the children of Israel. And all the firstborn males, by the number of their names, were 1 month old and over. Those that were numbered of them were 22,213. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, the cattle of the Levites, instead of their cattle. The Levites shall be mine. I am Yahweh. Those that are to be redeemed of the 213 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, which are more than the Levites. Thou shalt even take 5 shekels apiece by their code, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Shall thou take them? The shekel is 20 gerahs. Thou shalt give the money wherein with the old number of them is to be redeemed, and to Aaron and to his sons. Moses took the redemption money of them that were over and above them that were redeemed by the Levites. And the firstborn of the children of Israel took he the money, 1,300 score 5 shekels after the sexual of the sanctuary. Moses gave the money of them that were redeemed unto Aaron, to his son, according to the word of Yahweh, commanded Moshe. We in the book of Numbers. We're now about to start at the 4th chapter, the very first verse. And Yahweh spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, take the son of Kohath, from among them the sons of Levi, after their families, by the house of their father, 30 years old and over, even to 50 years old, that entered to the host, do the work of the tabernacle of the congregation. This shall be of the service of the son of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation, about the most holy thing. And when the camp set it forward, Aaron shall come, and his sons, and they shall take down the covering veil, and shall cover the ark of the testimony with it, and shall put therein the coverings, badgers, skins, and shall spread over it cloth holy or blue, and shall be put in the stars, staves thereof. Upon the table of the showbread, they shall spread a cloth of blue, put therein the dishes, and the spoons, and the bowls, and the covers, and cover withal, and the continued bread shall be their own. It shall spread upon them a cloth of scarlet, cover the same with the covering of badgers. Badger skin, and shall put it in the staves thereof. It shall take a cloth of blue, cover of the candlestick of the light, and his lamps, and his tongs, and his stuffed dishes, and all the oil vessels therewith. They shall minister unto me. And they shall put it in the vessel therein within. The covering of badgers' skins shall put it upon the bar. And upon the golden altar they shall spread cloth of blue, covered with the covering of the badger skins, and shall put it to the staves thereof. They shall take of the instruments of ministry, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary, put them in a cloth of blue, cover them with the covering of the badger skins, and shall put them on a bar. They shall take away the ashes from the altar, spread a purple cloth thereon. They shall put it upon all the vessels thereof, wherewith they minister about it, even the censers of the fleshing goods, and the shovels, and the basins, and all the vessels of the altar. They shall spread upon it a covering of badger's skin, and put it to the staves of it. When Aaron and his sons have made an end of covering the sanctuary and all the vessels of the sanctuary at the camp to set it forward, after the sons of Kohath shall come to bear, but they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation. And we're in the 16th verse. And on the office of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest obtained the oil for the light, and the sweetness, and the daily meal offering, and the anointing oil, and the oversight, all the tabernacle. Of all therein is the sanctuary, and the vessels thereof. Yahweh spoke unto Moses and Aaron, saying, cut ye not off of the tribe of the families, the Kohathites, from among the Levites. Thus do unto them, that they may live and not die, when they approach unto the most holy things. Aaron and his son shall go in, appoint them, every one to his service and to his burden. They shall not go into sea when the holy things are covered, lest they die. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, take also the son of the sons of Gershon throughout the houses of their fathers by their families, from 30 years old and upward until 50 years old shall they number them, on all that enter to perform the service, to do the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. And this is the families of the Gershonites, serve, and for burdens. And they shall bear the curtains of the tabernacle, the congregations, its coverings, the coverings of the badger skins that is upon it, the hangings for the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the hangings of the court, the hanging for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle, by the altar, round about their cords, all the instruments of their service, and all the male, so shall they serve. The appointment of Aaron and his sons shall be the service of the sons of the Gershonites, and all their burdens, and all their service. And ye shall appoint unto them a charge of their burden. We're in the 24th chapter, the 28th verse. Praise the mighty Yah. This was the service of the families of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the congregation, and their charge shall be under the hand of Itamar, the son of Aaron the priest, And for the sons of Moriah, thou shalt number them after their families by the house of their fathers. 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, shall they number. Everyone that entered into the service to do the work of the tabernacle of the congregation. And this is the charge of their birth, according to all their service in the tabernacle and the congregations of the doors of the tabernacle, the bars thereof, the pillars thereof, the sockets thereof, and the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all the service, and by the name to reckon the instruments of the charge of their burdens. And this is the service of the families of the sons of Moriah, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the congregation, under the hands of Tamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron, the chief of the congregation, numbered the sons of Kohath after their families, after the house of their fathers. 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, everyone entered into the service, but the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. Those that were numbered of them by their families were 2,750. Those were they that numbered other families of Canaanites, all that might do the service in the tabernacles of the congregations, which Moses and Aaron did number according to the commandments of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Those that were numbered of the sons of Gershon throughout their families and by the house of their father, from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, everyone that entered into the service of the work in the tabernacle of the congregation, even those that were numbered of them throughout their families by the house of their families, was 2,630. These are the number that were numbered of the families of the sons of Gershon, all that might do the service in the tabernacle of the congregation. Moshe and Aaron did number according to the commandments of Yahweh. Those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Moriah throughout their families by the house of their father, 30 years old and upward, even into 50 years old, everyone that entered into the service and the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. Even those that were numbered of them after their families were 3,200. These be those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Moriah, whom Moses and Aaron numbered the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Those that were numbered of Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the chiefs of Israel numbered, and their families, after the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even into 50 years old, everyone that came to the service of the ministry and the service of the burden in the tabernacle of the congregation. Even those that were numbered of them, 8,540. According to the commandments of Yahweh, they were numbered by the hand of Moshe, everyone according to his service, according to his burden. Thus were the number of him as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Praise the mighty Yah. We now in the book of Numbers, the 5th chapter. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, command the children of Israel, they put out of the camp every leper, every one that have an issue, whosoever is defiled by the dead, both male and female shall ye put out. Without the camp shall ye put them that defile it not their camp in the midst wherein I dwell. The children of Israel did so, and put them out without the camp, as Yahweh spoken to Moshe, so did the children of Israel. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, when a man and an old woman that commit any sin, that man committed to trespass against Yahweh, that person be guilty. Then they shall confess their sin which they have done, and shall recompense his trespass with the principal thereof, and add unto it the fifth part thereof, and give it according against whom he had trespassed. But the man have not kinsmen, or recompense the trespass into it. Let the trespass be recompensed to Yahweh, even to the priest, beside the ram of the atonement, whereby the atonement shall be made for him. Every offering of all the holy things to the children of Israel, which they bring unto the priest, shall be his. And every man's hallowed things shall be this: whatsoever any man given the priest, it shall be his. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, he said unto them, if any man's wife go aside and commit a trespass against him, a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of the husband, be kept closed, and she shall be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she be taken with the banner. The spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, he shall be defiled. Or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, he shall not be defiled. Then shall the man bring his wife to the priest, and bring her offering for her, the tenth part of an ephah of a barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereof, for it is the offering of jealousy, offering a memorial, bringing iniquity to remember. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before Yahweh, and the priest shall take the holy water and an unearthen vessel, earthy vessel, and the dust. This is in the floor of the tabernacle of the priest shall take and put it into the water. The priest shall set the women before Yahweh, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of the memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy of offering. The priest shall have it in his hand for bitter water that causes the curse. When the 19th verse, the priest shall charge her by an oath unto the woman, and if no man have laid with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of her husband, be thou free from this bitter water and God that causes the curse. But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, thou be defiled, and some man have lain with thee beside thy husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with the oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, Yahweh make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when Yahweh doeth make thy thigh to rot and thy belly to swell. And this is the water that causes the curse, shall go into thy bowels to make thy belly to swell, and thy thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen. And the priest shall write this curse in a book. He shall blot them out with the bitter water. He shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causes the curse. And the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. And the priest shall take the jealousy offering of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before Yahweh, offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take it and a handful of the offering, a memorial thereof, and to burn it upon the altar. And afterward shall cause the women to drink the water. The women have made her to drink the water, and it shall come to pass that if she be defiled, have done trespass against her husband, that the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be accursed among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive seed. This is the law of jealousy, when a wife goeth aside to another instead of her husband, and is defiled. Or when the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous over his wife, he shall set the woman before Yahweh and the priest, and shall execute upon her all this law. Then shall the man be guilty, he shall be guiltless from his inquiry, and the woman shall bear her iniquities. Praise the mighty Yah. We're in the book of Numbers, 6th chapter. And we're going to start reading at the very first verse. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, and saying to them, when either man or woman shall separate themselves to a vow, child of the Nazarite, separate themselves for Yahweh. He shall separate himself from wine, strong drink, no vinegar, no wine or vinegar, or strong drink, neither shall he drink any liquor or grapes, nor eat moist grapes or dry. In all the days of his separation shall he eat nothing that he's made for the vine tree, from the kernels even to the husk. In all the days of the vow of his separation, there shall be no razor come upon his head, until the days be fulfilled, in which he separated himself to Yahweh. He shall be holy. He shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. In all the days he separated himself unto Yahweh, he shall come at no dead body. He shall not make himself unclean for his father, or for his mother, for his brother, or his sister. And when they die, because of the concentration of his Elohim, he that is upon his head, all the days of his separation, he is holy unto Yahweh. If any man die very suddenly by him, he have defiled the head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head in the days of his cleansing, and on the 7th day he shall shave it. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves, 2 young pigeons to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. The priest shall offer one for a sin offering, and the other for burnt offerings, and make atonement for him. For this he sinned by the dead, and shall hallow his head the same day. And he shall consecrate unto Yahweh the days of his separations. He shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering, for the days that were before shall be lost, because the separation was defiled. And this is the law of the Nazarite. When the days of his separations are fulfilled, he shall be brought into the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. He shall offer his offering unto Yahweh, one he lamb of the first year without blemish for burnt offering, and one lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, one ram without a blemish for a peace offering. In a basket of unleavened bread, cake, fine flour, mingled with oil, wafers, unleavened bread, anointed with oil, their meal offerings, and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahweh, and shall offer his sin offering and his burnt offerings. He shall offer the ram and the sacrifice of the peace offerings unto Yahweh, the basket of the unleavened bread. And the priest shall offer it also his meal offerings and his drinking offerings. And the Nazarite shall shave the head of the separation of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall take of his hair of the head of the separation, and put it in fire, which is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. The 19th verse. And the priest shall take of salt and shoulder of the ram, unleavened cake out of the basket, unleavened bread, a wafer, and shall put them upon the heads of the Nazarite. And after their hair of his separation is shaved. And the priest shall wave them for a weight offering before Yahweh. This is holy. For the priest with the raised breast heave shoulder after the Nazarite may drink the wine. And this is the law of the Nazarite who have vowed and of his offerings unto Yahweh for a separation. Besides that, his hand shall get according to the vow which he vowed. So he must do after the law of the separation. Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, speaking to Aaron and to his sons, saying, on this wise ye shall bless, saying, children of Israel unto them. Yahweh bless thee and keep thee. Yahweh make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. And I shall put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. Hallelujah. We are now in the book of Numbers, the 7th chapter. And it states, and it came to pass on the day that Moses had fully set up the tabernacle and anointed it and sanctified it, and all the instruments thereof, both the altar and the vessels thereof, had anointed them and sacrificed them, that the princes of Israel, heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princes of their tribes, were over them that were numbered offerings. They brought their offerings before Yahweh, 600 wagons, 12 oxen, wagon of 2 of princes, and for each an ox. And they brought them before the tabernacle. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, speak it up to them that they may be to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that they shall give unto the Levites, to every man according to his service. Moses took the wagons and oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave unto the sons of Gershon according to their service. 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave unto the sons of Miriam according unto the service under the hand of Itamar, the sons of Aharon the priest. But unto the sons of Kohath gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging to them was they should bear upon their shoulders. And the princes offered for the dedication of the altar in the day that it was anointed. Even the prince offered their offerings before the altar. Yahweh said unto Moshe, they shall offer their offerings, each prince on his day, for dedication of their altar. He did offer this offering. The first day was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, the tribe of Yehudah. His offerings was 1 silver charger, but the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for meat offering. 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram of the first year for burnt offerings. 1 kid of goats for sin offerings, and for a sacrifice of a peace offering. 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, on the second day. Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, prince of Issachar, did offer. He offered for his offerings 1 silver charger, the weight whereof were 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them full of the flour mingled with oil for meat offerings. 1 spoon of gold of 10 shekels, full incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for burnt offerings, 1 kid of goats for sin offerings, and for a sacrifice of a peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering to Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. And on the third day, Ahab, the son of Helon, prince of the children of Zebulun, did offer. And his offerings were 1 silver charger weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl, 70 shekels, after the sanctuary. both of them fruit of fine flour mingled with oil for meat offerings. The golden spoon, 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice, and for a peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. And this was the offering of Eli, the son of Helon. And on the 4th day, Elazar, the son of Shadur, the prince of the children of Reuben, did offer. And his offerings was 1 silver charge of weight of 130 shekels, 1 a silver bowl, 70 shekels, after the structure of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled of oil of a meat offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for burnt offerings, 1 kid of goats for sin offerings, and for a sacrifice of beat 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elazar, the son of Shadur. And on the 5th day, Shemuel, the son of Shoshadai, the prince of the children of Simeon, did offer. His offerings was 1 silver charger, weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for meat offerings, and 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram of the first year for burnt offerings, 1 kid of goats for sin offerings, for sacrifice, a peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. And this was the offering of Shemuel, the son of Joshadai. Of the 6th day, Elisab, the son of Uel, the prince children of God, offered. This offering was of silver charge of weight, 130 shekels of silver, bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for meal offerings, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. And this was the offering of Elisab, the son of Duel. And on the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Amittai, the prince of the children of Ephraim, offered. This offering was of silver charger, the weight thereof 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the section of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil of an offering, 1 of golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for burnt offerings, 1 kid of goat for a sin offering, for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishaham, the son of Ammihud, of the 8th day, offering Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur, prince of the children of Manasseh. And we're in the 55th verse. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full fine flour mingled with oil for meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram for a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. And on the 9th day, Abidan, his son, Gideon, prince of the children of Benjamin, offered. This offering was of silver charged. The weight thereof was 130 shekels, one silver bowl, 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for meat offerings. One golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense. One young bullock, one ram of the first year for burnt offering. One kid for the goats for the sin offerings. And for the sacrifice of the peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. And this was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideon. And on the 10th day, Ahizor, the son of Amishadi, prince of the children of Dan, offered. This offering was silver charger of weight, wherein was 130 shekels, one silver bowl, 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for meat offerings. One golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense. One young bullock, one ram of the first year for burnt offering. One of the he goats for sin offerings. And for a sacrifice of meat offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Hazior, the son of Amishad, the 11th day of Pa-Egel, the son of Orphan, prince of the children of Asher, offered. This offering was 1 silver charger of weight, where he was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for meat offerings. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram of the first year of a burnt offering. 1 kid, a goat for sin offerings. And for a sacrifice, for a peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs for the first year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Abram. And on the 12th day, Arad, the son of prince of the children of Naphtali, offered. This offering was 1 silver charger of weight, whereof 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl, 70 shekels, after the section of the sanctuary. Both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for meat offerings. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of goats for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of a peace offering. 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he goats, 5 lambs of the first year. And this was the offering of Haran, the son of En. And this was the dedication of the altar in the day when it's anointed by the priest of Israel. 12 charges of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 spoons of gold. Each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. Golden spoons were 12, full of the incense, weighing 10 shekels pieces after the shekel of the sanctuary. And all the golden spoons were 120 shekels. All the oxen, the burnt offering, were 12 bullocks, the rams, 12 lambs for the first year, 12 with their meal offering, other kids of goats for their sin offerings, 12. And all the sons, all the oxen for the sacrifices of peace offerings were 24 bullocks, rams, 60 he goats, 60 lambs of the first year, 60. And this was the dedication of the altar after it was anointed. And when Moses was gone into the tabernacle of the congregation to speak with him, then he heard the voice of one speaking to him for the mercy seat. And thereupon the ark of the testimony from between the 2 cherubim, and he spoke unto him. In the book of Numbers, the 8th chapter, under this state, Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, When thou lightest up the lamp, 7 lamps shall give light over against the candlesticks. Aaron did so. He lighted the lamps over against the candlestick, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. This work of the candlestick was of the beaten gold unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof, beaten work, according to the pattern which Yahweh had showed Moses. So did he made the candlestick. Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites from among the children of Israel, and cleanse them. And thus thou shalt do unto them, to cleanse them. Bring water of purifying upon them. Let them shave all their flesh. Let them wash their clothes. So make themselves clean. Then let them be of young bullock with his meat offerings, even flying mingled with oil. Another young bullock shall they take for a sin offering. Thou shalt bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the congregation, and thou shalt gather the whole assembly of the children of Israel together. Thou shalt bring the Levites before Yahweh, and the children of Israel shall put their hands on all the Levites. And Aaron shall offer the Levites before Yahweh for an offering, and for the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of Yahweh. And we in the 12th verse of the book, Numbers, 8th chapter. The Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullock, and those shall offer the one of for sin offering, and the altar of the burnt offerings unto Yahweh, to make atonement for the Levites. Thou shalt set the Levites before Aaron and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto Yahweh. Thou shalt separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. Offer that thou shalt be Levites, go into the service of the tabernacles of the congregation, shalt thou cleanse them, and offer them for an offering. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Israel, instead of such as upon every womb, even instead of the firstborn of the children of Israel have I taken them unto me. For all the firstborn of the children of Israel are mine, both man and beast, on the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of Egypt. I sanctified them for myself, and I have taken the Levites for all of the firstborn of the children of Israel. And I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron, to his sons, from among the children of Israel, to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation, make the atonement for the children of Israel, there will be no plague among the children of Israel when the children of Israel come nigh to the sanctuary. And Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel did do to the Levites according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so did the children of Israel to them. And the Levites were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as the offering before Yahweh. Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that, when the Levites in at the service of the tabernacles of the congregations before Aaron and before his sons, and Yahweh commanded Moshe concerning the Levites, so did they unto them. Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, This is that belongeth unto the Levites, from 20 and 25 years old and upward, they shall go to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And from the age of 50 years, they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall serve no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation to keep the charge. They shall do this no service. This thou shalt do unto the Levites, touching their charge. Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yah. We're in the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter. Yahweh spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month, in the second year after it come out of the land of Egypt, saying that the children of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed season. The 14th day of the month at evening, he shall keep his appointed season according to all the rites, according to all the ceremonies thereof shall he keep. Moses spoke unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they shall keep the Passover on the 14th day of the first month between the evenings in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, did the children of Israel. And there came certain men who were defiled by a dead body of a man that could not keep the Passover on the day that they came before Moshe and before Aaron on that day. Those men said unto him, we are defiled by a dead body of a man. Wherefore we keep back, that we may not offer an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Israel. Moses said unto them, stand still. I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, to be on a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahweh. On the 14th day of the second month, between the evenings, they shall keep it and eat unleavened bread, bitter herbs, and they shall leave none of it until the morning. They'll break about any bone of it, according to the ordinance of the Passover, shall they keep it. Both the man is clean, and this is that is not in the journey, and on the 14th day to keep the Passover, even his same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because they have brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season, that man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger should sojourn among you, and will keep the Passover unto Yahweh, according to the ordinance of the Passover, the manner thereof, so he shall do it, so shall not one ordinance both of the stranger and for him that was born in the land. The 15th verse. And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, especially the tent of the testimony, and even there was upon the tabernacle as it was the appearance of fire until the morning. So it was always the cloud covered it by day, the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after the children of Israel journeyed, and in the place where the cloud above were the children of Israel pitched their tent. The commandments of Yahweh, the commandment of Yahweh, the children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment of Yahweh, they pitched. And as long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tent. And when the clouds tarried long upon the tabernacle, many days tarried. Oh God. And when the cloud tarried along upon the tabernacle, many days of the children of Israel kept the charge of Yahweh and journeyed not. And so it was. When the cloud was few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandments of Yahweh, they abode in their tents. According to the commandments of Yahweh, they journeyed. And so it was when the cloud abode from even until the morning that the cloud was taken up in the morning in their journey, whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up by their journey, or whether it was 2 days or a month or a year that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereof. The children of Israel abode in their tents and journeyed not, but when it was taken up upon their journey, and the commandments of Yahweh, they rested in the tent. At the commandment of Yahweh, they journeyed, and they kept the charge of Yahweh at the command of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Praise the mighty Yah. Yah is righteous, Yah is holy, and let Yahweh be magnified. Hallelujah.
We're going to be now, praise the mighty Yah, we're going to be reading chapter 10 of Numbers. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of silver, and of whole wood shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journey of the camps. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if they blow but with one trumpet, then the princes, which are heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves unto thee. When ye blow an alarm, then the camp that lie at the east part shall go forward. And when ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie in the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journey. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not blow an alarm. And the son of Aaron, the priest, shall blow the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an audience forever throughout your generations. And if they go to war in their land against the enemy that oppresses them, then ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpet, and ye shall be remembered before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Also, in the day of your gladness, and in the solemn days, and in the beginning of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offering, that they may be to you for a memorial before your Elohim. I am Yahweh your Elohim. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month, in the second year, that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony, and the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandments of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And in the first place with the standard of the camp of the children of Yehuda according to their armies. And over their host was Nashon, the son of Ahmiva. And over the host of the tribe of the children of the Sashba was Nathaniel, and the son of Zeruah. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Elam. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the children of Gershom and the sons of Miriam set forth bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forth according to their armies. And over his host was Lizur, the son of Sepur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Simeon was Shemuel, the son of Shedadiah. And over the host of the tribe of the children of God was Ali Asaphat, the son of Deuel. And the Kohanite set forth bearing the sanctuary, and the other he set up the tabernacle against their king. And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forth according to their armies. And over his host was Elishama, the son of Ahamah. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel, the son of Pedahar. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abidan, the son of Benjamin. And the standard of the camp was the children of John set forth, which was the reward of all the camps throughout their host. And over his host was Ahiezer, the son of Amminshadiah. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asar was Peiel, the son of Okran. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Ahariah, the son of Menon.
And thus were the journey of the children of Israel according to their armies when they were set forth. And Moshe said unto Habib, the son of Raguel, the Midianite, Moshe's father-in-law, we are journeying into the place of which Yahweh said, and I will give it to you. And come thee with us, and we will do thee good. For Yahweh has spoken good concerning Israel. He said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to mine own land and to my kindred. And he said, leave us not, I pray thee, for as much as thou knowest how we are encamped in the wilderness, and thou mayest be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be, if thou go with us, yea, it shall be, that what goodness Yahweh shall do unto us, the same will we do unto thee. And they departed from the mount of Yahweh 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of Yahweh went before them in the 3-day journey, searched out a resting place for them. And the cloud of Yahweh was upon them by day, and they went out of that camp. And it came to pass, when the ark west forward, then Moshe said, rise up, Yah, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. And when it rested, he said, return, O Yah, until the thousands of Israel. Chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased Yah, and Yah heard it. And his anger was kindled, and the fire of Yah burned among them, and consumed them that were in the uttermost part of the camp. And the people cried unto Moshe, and when Moshe prayed unto Yahweh, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Tabernacle, because the fire of Yah burned among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a lusting. And the children of Israel also wept again, and said, who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlics. But now our soul is dried up. There is nothing at all besides this manna before our eyes. And the manna was a corridor seed, and the color thereof was the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in the mills, and beat it in the mortar, and baked it in the pans, and made cakes out of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. And when Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of Yah was kindled greatly. And Moshe also was displeased. And Moshe said unto Yah, wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? And therefore have I not found favor in thy sight, that thou layest the burden of all this people upon me. Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten them? That thou should have said unto me, carry them in thy bosom. As a nursing father beareth a suckling child unto the land which thou swearest upon their fathers, when shall I have flesh to give upon unto all these people? For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh, that we may eat. I am not able to bear all these people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if thou dealest thou with me, kill me, I pray thee, out of the hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see their evil. And Yahweh said to Moshe, gather unto me the 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be elders of the people, officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregations, that they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and talk with thee there. And I will take of the spirit which is upon thee, and I will put it upon them. And they shall bear the burdens of the people with thee, that thou may not bear them thyself alone. And I said, and say unto thy people, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and thou shalt eat flesh. For thou wilt weep, thou hast weep in the ears of Yah, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore Yah will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you, because thou hast despised Yah among you, and have wept before him, saying, why come we forth out of Egypt? And Moshe said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen. And thou hast said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Now, verse 22, shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them? And Yahweh said unto Moshe, is Yahweh's hand waxed short? Thou shalt see now there whether my word shall come to pass until thee or not. And Moshe went out and told the people the words of Yahweh, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them around about the tabernacle. And Yahweh came down in a cloud and spake unto them, and told the spirit that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the spirit rested upon them, they prophesied and did not cease. But there remained 2 of the men in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the spirit rested upon them, and they were of them that were written, but went out not into the tabernacle. They prophesied in the camp. And there ran a young man and told Moshe and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moshe, one of his young men, and answered and said, my master Moshe, forbid them. And Moshe said unto him, advance thou for my sake? Would that all Yahweh's people were prophets, that Yahweh would put his spirit upon them. And Moshe bent him into the camp, and he and the elders of Israel. And there came forth a wind from Yah, and brought quails up from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on one side, and as it were a day's journey on this side, as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, as it was 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day. They gathered the quails, and he that gathered least gathered 10 omers, and he that spread them all about for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, ere were they chewed, the wrath of Yah was kindled against the people, and Yah smote the people with a very great plague. He called the name of that place Prahaveviah, because they buried the people that had lusted. And the people journeyed from Habarithia unto Hazroth, and abode at Abel. And Miriam and Aharon spoke unto Moshe, because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married. Chapter 12. For he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, has Yah indeed spoke only to Moshe? Has he not spoken also by us? And Yah heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek above all men that were upon the face of the earth. And Yah spake suddenly unto Moshe, unto Aaron, and to Miriam, come out ye three unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they three came out. And Yah came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aharon and Miriam, and they both stood forth. And he said, hear now my word. If thou be a prophet among you, I, Yah, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and I will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moshe is not so, who is faithful in all of my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark spaces. In the similitude of Yah shall he be behold. Wherefore, when were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moshe? And the anger of Yah was kindled against him, and he departed. And the cloud departed off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aharon looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aharon said to Moshe, alas, my master, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let us not be one as dead, in whom one flesh has half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb. And Moshe cried upon Yahweh, saying, heal her now, El, I beseech thee. And Yah said unto Moshe, if her father has spat into her face, shall she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out of the camp 7 days. And after that, let her receive it in again. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days. And the people journeyed not until Miriam was brought in again. And afterward, the people removed from Hazeroth and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. We are now going into chapter 13. Shalom.
The book of Numbers, chapter 13, hallelujah. 14. Slicha, chapter 14, hallelujah. That would be chapter 13, brothers and sisters. And Yahweh spoke to Moses, saying, send thou men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall you send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moshe, by the commandment of Yahweh, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Israel. And these were the names of the tribe of Reuben, Shamuel, the son of Zakur; of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori; of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; of the tribe of Issachar, Igal, son of Joseph; of the tribe of Ephraim,
Oshea, the son of Nun, of the tribe of Benjamin. Pelati, the son of Raphu, of the tribe of Zebulun. Gadiel, the son of Zodai, of the tribe of Joseph, namely of the tribe of Manasseh. Gadi, the son of Susan, of the tribe of Dan. Amamiel, the son of Gamali, of the tribe of Asher. Sethur, the son of Mikael, of the tribe of Naphtali. Naabi, the son of Mopsi, of the tribe of Gad. Well, the son of Makai. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moshe called Oshea, the son of Nun, Jashash. Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get ye up this way southward, and go up unto the mountain, and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether they be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. Be ye of good courage, and bring up the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin unto Rehob, as men came to Hamath. And they ascended by the south and came into Hebron, where Ahiman, Shashi, and Tamai, the children of Anak, were. To the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bear it between two upon a staff, and they bought of the pomegranates and the figs. The place was called the brook Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes which the children of Israel cut down from thence. And they returned, searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel unto the wilderness of Paran to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them, unto all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, We came into the land whither thou sentest us, and surely it flowed with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan. And Caleb stilled the people before Moses and said, Let us go up at once and possess it. We are well able to overcome it. But the men that went up with him said, We be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. And they brought up the evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Israel, saying, The land through which we have gone to search it, it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof. And all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature. And there we saw the giants, the son of Anak, which came of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight. All the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, and the whole congregation said unto them, Would Yahweh that we had died in the land of Egypt, or would Yahweh we had died in this wilderness? And wherefore have Yahweh brought us unto the land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return into Egypt? And they said one to another, let us make a captive, and let us return to Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. They spake unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into the land and give it to us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against Yahweh, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us, their defense, and they departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not. For all the congregation bade stone with stones, and the glory of Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be, or they believe me for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than they. Moses said unto Yahweh, then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou art brought us up this people, and thou might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land, for they have heard that thou, Elohim, art among this people, and that thou, Elohim, art seen face to face, that day cloud standeth over them, and that thou goest before them by daytime in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou shalt kill all these people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, because our Elohim was not able to bring this people into the land which he sware unto them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now I beseech thee, let the power of my Elohim be great, according to thou hast spoken, saying, Yahweh is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech thee, the iniquity of this people, according unto the greatness of thy mercy, and as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt even unto now. And Yahweh said, I have pardoned according to thy word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahweh. But because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he hath another spirit with him, and hath followed me fully, him will I bring into the land, whereunto he went, and his seed shall possess it. Now the and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn ye, get ye into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And Yahweh spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil congregation which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, said Yahweh, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your own number, from 21 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless you shall not come into the land, concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. But your little ones, which you said shall be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall into the wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which you search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year shall you bear your iniquity. Even 40 years, you shall know my breach of promise. I, Yahweh Elohim, have said, I will surely do it unto all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me in this wilderness. They shall be consumed, and there they shall die. The men which Moses sent to search the land